Hello everyone, welcome to Low Ink Day 2 of July 2020. I'm Astro and I'm joined here with you guys by Popcorn as well.
Hello.
And we're going to bring you some good squid action here today, everyone. So we are actually going to be streaming for the most part our top 16 alpha bracket from day 1. So these are some of the best teams from the show on the first day. So we'll see how things pair out. We're going to start out here with, if I am correct, it's going to be Avalanche versus OctoInkers. So Avalanche seeded 8 and OctoInkers seeded 9 actually, clearly performed pretty similarly yesterday. Popcorn, you were there yesterday, correct?
I was around yesterday, keeping an eye on a distance. Avalanche is making their first appearance in Top Cut. OctoInkers, this is their second. In fact, this Top Cut as a whole, 8 teams are making their first appearance, which would be Aloptic, Symphony, Mukuna, Radiance, Port Rakume, what did we say, Supa? Is that where we were going to go with that? And then some Japanese characters, which we Google translated to maps and modes. 8 teams that are making their return appearance. Squid Knights, this is their 3rd appearance. West Broderick Grillers and Persistence, this is their 4th each. OctoInkers 2nd, Xanadu 2nd, the Bunnies 2nd, Takedown 2nd, and then the Old Man team in Top Cut, making their 6th appearance, Revitalize. Now, one last thing to note. This is the 4th time we've done the top 16 as opposed to the top 8. Since we've switched to top 16, the number 1 seed is a whopping 2-4 in matches. If you break that down in games, that means they've only won 7 games and have lost 14 times. So if you're the number 1 seed Squid Knights, you're probably cursed from this tournament on. But we're looking at number 8 and number 9 right now, so... And we're going to go to Rainmaker at Arowana Mall. Astro OctoInkers was on stream yesterday. They ran more of a traditional comp. Avalanche, I recognize some of these players, mainly Custom, formerly of Comeback, but not too sure what to expect out of Avalanche.
Yeah, I do recognize Custom as well. He's been around the scene for quite a while. Arowana Mall, despite it being Rainmaker, actually a bit of a more traditional comp with your traditional backliner may not hurt them so much on this map, despite it being Rainmaker. So, to those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, typically in Rainmaker, Rainmaker tends to be one of, if not the fastest modes in the game. To those of you who are just joining us here for the first time, may not know much about the game. So, oftentimes you may not even need a very, very slow weapon like a backline or an anchor or even too much support in Rainmaker. So it really all just falls down to the map and mode, and here we have a very slow map where range really can be king.
Yes, so I don't think we'll see 3 Sploosh 7s like we saw at one point yesterday for Rainmaker on the same team. I would expect to see some Stingrays. We see one coming out from the side of OctoInkers and an anchorless comp coming out for the side of Avalanche. But does have a little bit of range with the H3 and the Forge Pro.
Oh yeah, both Rains actually working with just a little bit of range there. The Stingray coming out on the opener, that's actually going to be possibly 2 down on both sides, but no. So that is 3 down actually for Avalanche. So a nice early push right here. Nice opportunity. Avalanche is going to go ahead and take it on to the left and try to push it as far as they can, and that choke point right there is actually going to be one of the hardest points in the map to push right through.
Yes, getting past that little gates of heck right there is extremely difficult to do. But you see, OctoInkers comp is set up more to play defense with that Stingray going on there. So now that they got this, it's not exactly a huge lead on this map, but it's going to be a hard lead to overcome with this faster comp that Avalanche is pulling out here, even though we still got 4 minutes left to go.
Yeah, you saw they actually popped all their specials together in unison. Now, you do want to pop your specials together as a team, but not necessarily at the same time. Different specials lead in different ways on different parts of maps. So, popping a Stingray with an Inkjet, Stingray is going to force opponents to move, but the Inkjet, if it doesn't capitalize, it's a wasted special. Nice pick right there. Beautiful direct, actually. You see the Inkjet coming out again, and another pick, so that's 2 down on the side of OctoInkers. So Avalanche have a nice opportunity. That's 3!
Yes, you see the H3 starting to pop off here, creating space and getting the nice picks they need to get this push going as they try to add to their lead here. OctoInkers have been trouble, but you see Jack gets past that very critical choke point, and with 8 remaining, and one player down, this Stingray's last player alive, they might get the KO here.
Oh, you got it.
If you get to
3. Just get in the bubble, Oh.
There we go. So 3 down, but once again, this push is not done. If OctoInkers can find a way, and they do not. OctoInkers relying heavily on the Stingray. You saw 3 coming out in the first minute and a half, but the Stingray combined with all your teammates dying isn't really going to work out that well.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's something that we learned very early on with the game, with the Stingray nerfs that took place about a year ago, if I remember correctly, is that having your backline underextend so far away from your team to get Stingray wasn't really viable anymore, because the Stingray isn't as much of a game changer as it used to be. So you're just kind of watching your team go into a 3v4 and hoping that they come out on top while you charge up your Stingray for support. But your Ray, really, it's meant to displace opponents. It's not going to be your main source of kills like it used to be with the GG Ray. So unfortunately, that caused them to play just a little bit too slow, especially for Rainmaker. And Avalanche coming out on top, they took good advantage of it and just screamed right through that choke point.
Yes, and how am I saying this? My nizzle with the H3. I don't know if you saw the stats or not, but that person had not even gotten a rank in Rainmaker. So either the player's personal Smurf account or something, but getting a lot of kills with that H3 as we move on to Clam Blitz at Black Belly Skate Park.
No, this is definitely going to be a much faster map. Black Belly is one wipe can possibly be game over in both Clam Blitz and Rainmaker. You're not very far from the center of the map every time you respawn. There's going to be a lot of picks.
As we go ahead and ready up here, we're going to see if Avalanche continues to keep this snowball rolling here with an anchorless comp, and yes, they do, with bringing out that is OctoInkers electing to bring out the Bamboo and the Tri-Slosher, a very popular pick for this map is the Tri-Slosher, especially since the buff it got in the most recent patch. And for the side of Avalanche, doesn't look like they're changing their comp at all. You know, if it's not broke, why fix it?
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing something just a little bit more experimental here coming up from OctoInkers. They're going to have to play very, very fast to make that comp work. The Bamboo is going to need that. Oh, another pick. That bomb. Oh, really well-placed bomb just where it needed to be. And Genesis comes up with a really important pick right there, possibly to take out the Clam.
Yes, and as you see, this is usually a map where whoever controls the tower controls the entire map, but neither team really has a weapon that can be used to camp out on that tower there to kind of gain control of things. As you see, Pizzle My Nizzle on the H3 trying to get control of the enemy pipe there so that they can get a push going with this one power clam they have ready.
Yeah, the Bamboo can theoretically do a good job holding mid, but unfortunately for the Bamboo, his team hasn't been able to push through and set up with him following through in a way that allows him to set up in mid. It hasn't happened once so far this match, and that's actually 3 down right there on the side of OctoInkers, so Avalanche are going to go ahead and put in 2 power clams and possibly more. Here come the bubbles, another pick, but not before OctoInkers come back and are able to put a quick stop to this push.
Yes, and there's a lot of clams underneath the basket, but Avalanche wasn't able to pick them up in time, but with most of their players still alive, they're not going to leave this basket here. They're going to keep the fight going on, just wait for the basket to lower back down and keep this push going.
Well, unfortunately, you saw right there, actually staying under the basket was a little bit of an overextending situation. The rest of his team was in mid, trying to gather clams and trying to play around objective, and unfortunately for him, it got him picked. Oh! It's a nice trade right there. Good job getting the trade for Re-7-Ax? Re-Tax?
The IGNs in this lobby. They get you there. Let's see. So we've reached just about halfway point now. Looks like OctoInkers does control a good chunk of the clan economy here with 2 power clams, but 2 players going down immediately. And with the last 2 players alive having the power clam, Avalanche knows exactly where they are, and that's where you see Custom exploding that inkjet immediately, and the push will go to the side of Avalanche, who has already eliminated their penalty points and has plenty of clams to keep this basket open longer.
Yeah, the way that push actually took place makes me wonder if you have some people not in voice chat in OctoInkers, or some people muted or something right there, just putting a little bit of a hold on their communication, because what happened there, you had 2 people looking forward straight at mid while their teammates went down on the right side in pipe, and when they went down, the Avalanche just screamed forward with their bubbles, and the 2 people looking at mid didn't even respond or move.
It's about 1:40 left to go here. OctoInkers once again with a lot of clams, but once again, as they go with their clams, 2 players immediately go down. So Avalanche, make that 3. Avalanche now in a position to do yet another push, but then they lose 2 players immediately. But with a power clam formed here, it looks like they will be able to get a pop here on the basket. But are they in position to keep more points going? It looks like they are. And that quite possibly might be able to find a way to get a KO here. They do have enough clams to do just that, and they're getting the picks necessary. The Tri-Slosher coming back in from spawn, but it won't be able to take out 3 players throwing power clams at once. So Avalanche, what kind of snow pun can I come up with here, are just sliding down on OctoInkers. That doesn't work. But they're up 2-0 in this best of 5, rolling down the hill.
Well, I mean, Avalanches don't really roll, but yeah, it was a very dominant showing over OctoInkers, putting together some really nice pincers, working both sides of the map really well, and working with multiple angles of pressure at all times. They seem to be playing together and pushing forward together very, very well. That's going to take them pretty far.
Yes, and now we're going to move on to a Game 3 at Mako Mart Splat Zones. Compared to the other maps and modes that we've seen so far, this one's a little bit more traditional, you could say.
Yeah, you might see the slower comps actually coming out from OctoInkers play much, much more in their favor, which makes sense as it is probably going to be the slowest mode in the game. You could make an argument between Splat Zones and Tower Control, which one's really slower, but at the end of the day, both of them have very stationary objectives. So backline and anchor weapons are still viable, so that Bamboo is still going to be very, very strong. Any sort of charger, the Jet Sculpture that they were using earlier, very strong. Splat Zones in general, actually, is going to play to OctoInkers just so much better. So we'll have to see how they're able to adjust and make the most out of it.
Yes, OctoInkers is going to have to find a way to match that aggression that Avalanche has been throwing out at them. And it's safe to say we can already assume what their comp is going to be. That H3 has been working out really well. The Forge Pro, as opposed to the K Pro, has been working out really well for them. And we do see a Hydra coming out. And is that a range blaster?
That is.
Yes, that is a range blaster. So once again, a very aggressive comp coming out from Avalanche. And we're seeing, man, I don't know when the last time I saw a range blaster in competitive is. And it's going to be difficult to do, considering OctoInkers has a double ink armor comp, but I guess it doesn't really matter if they keep getting the kills before the armor comes out.
Well, that range blaster essentially is going to act like a support weapon, right? So he's going to be able to work... Oh, those bombs are going to have to force him to back up. His teammate's still right there, so they can keep going. But yeah, those armors are going to be a huge problem for that blaster. But he's going to be playing similar, kind of like a support weapon. And with all the crevices on this map, it's actually a pretty smart pick if you know that the other team isn't going to have armors or be really anything that can deal with chip damage. Unfortunately, they pushed the wrong way in that Booyah Bomb. They did get the anchor, though, out of it, so that's huge. 2 down now. I stand corrected. The Inkjet coming out, maybe a little bit poorly timed, is he can't get a pick out of this. Unfortunately, he's not, so he's going to go down as well. That is 3 down. Very delayed. Make that 4.
Wow, yes. And armor is ready to go for the side of OctoInkers, but it doesn't really matter now that the players are not alive, and especially without that Inkjet ready, as you see the Hydra going down immediately. It is a 3v3 situation right now, but Avalanche all over OctoInkers right here, and they're going to have a hard time stalling the zone if they want to avoid getting KO'd and swept in this opening round of Top Cut.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, it looks like they're just playing just a little bit too passive, even with their slower comps. They've got to make sure that they put on some pressure, and that is going to be one of the more decisive sets that you're going to see today. Avalanche up 3-0 over OctoInkers.
And that will advance Avalanche to the winner quarterfinals, where they will await the opponent of the 1 versus 16 seed. For OctoInkers, the tournament is not done, though. This is the second time we've had the losers bracket, so their day will continue as long as they don't lose again. But overall, a pretty dominant performance from Avalanche against the team that did very well yesterday in Swiss, so not too shabby.
Well, neither of those teams are really new, per se. We've known that they've been playing together for some time now, so Avalanche and OctoInkers both have some synergy. You could definitely see that in the way that they were playing together, the way they were pushing together. Avalanche, they were playing just a lot faster, and that was really the big difference maker. OctoInkers just didn't put on as much pressure. They waited for Avalanche to come to them, and Avalanche just had all the breathing room that they wanted. And unfortunately for OctoInkers in that last match, they just went down at the wrong times. So, you know, if I were OctoInkers, I'd say, you know what, skill-wise, we were doing pretty well, but we have a lot of major adjustments to make in how we position and move as a team on these maps. What can we do? Because this tournament's not over. You can make a loser's bracket run and play against Avalanche again. If you end up playing against Avalanche again, you can say, hey, you know what? We can make this really big adjustment. Just play completely different and see how they adjust to that.
And the adjustment you and me are going to make right now, Astro, is to take a quick little break.
Yeah.
Maybe not a quick break, because our match went very quickly, so it might be a bit before round 2 of the winner's bracket starts. But you are watching Top Cut in Low Ink July.
Once upon a time,
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Low Ink July 2020. I'm Astro, and I'm joined here by Popgun.
Hi, yes, me.
And we are here with round 2 of our alpha bracket. We're going to have West Broadway Grillers versus Xanadu, two kind of mainstays in Low Ink. You've definitely seen them around here before.
Yes, the Grillers have made top cut the past 4 tournaments in a row. They're a Div 4 team that made the playoffs. They've been a team that's been in existence, I think, since late 2018. So the Grillers, if you don't know who the Grillers are at this point, you're just not paying attention. And Xanadu, a team that's been playing in a lot of these lower level tournaments recently, a Div 5 team. I don't know when they were existed or like when they were created, but they've been around for a long time as well. So it's good to see these two well-known, established teams fighting in Top Cut and Low Ink. Not that I have anything against newer teams or pickups, but it's nice to see like actual legit teams that's been around for a while. Especially when we see like rivalries start to form. Not saying this one is, but we know these players very well, and we're going to be seeing them at Tower Control Hotel for what should be an exciting matchup. Real quickly, Astro, I did want to point out, Xanadu beat Symphony 3-2. I was looking at the score. I think Symphony was up 2-0, or it was up 1-0 at one point. So Xanadu had to come back for that one. The Grillers beat Takedown 3-1. So both teams coming off some strong wins in round 1.
Absolutely. Well, these are two of the better teams in Low Ink. They've both been making a lot of waves recently as far as improvement. The results have been so much better. You can see it in other tournaments that they have played in recently as well. They are definitely going in the right direction, and so we're going to see a really good set here between these two.
Better. So Tower Control at Hotel. This map usually favors long-ranged weapons. However, if you know Xanadu, they are famous for using that bamboo as their quote-unquote anchor weapon, the longest range. They use a very aggressive comp. Grillers, we're seeing things a little bit more traditional, especially that Crapid Blaster, the Kinsa Rapid, which you see used a lot on Hotel, regardless of mode.
Yeah, ooh, just a little bit of latency. I thought he was about to die there. But no, he definitely got the pick, so that bamboo actually might struggle just a little bit against the tower. You're going to see it right against their charger. You're going to see it right there. That charger is just going to be able to outrange it on this map in such a slow mode. It's going to make a pretty big difference. We see immediately as soon as they try to put on a push, oh, Sam almost died there. It's immediately as they start to put on a push, Xanadu immediately hits a bit of a wall right there with the charger taking down that bamboo, and they are unable to go any further. They now have a good chance right here. That's 1 down, the bamboo down, possibly 2. That is 2. They might get 3, just got to push forward just a little bit, and now they do. So they're in great position to start pushing the tower to round that checkpoint right there.
Yeah, Sam dominating, as we see Sam just now going down, but Sam getting a lot of key picks there with the charger for the West Broadway Grillers, and doing it without having to fire off a single Stingray yet as we go down to minute 30 seconds here.
Did you just see that?
What did we? I think you might be a little bit ahead of me. What did we miss here?
No, you got to single-handedly got a triple.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we see the Grillers pushing the tower here. They cleared the first checkpoint earlier, as they're trying to get past this second one here. As you see, Ninja getting a lot of big kills here with the CDS hour. They're the last player alive. Fuzz finally go down, so the checkpoint will remain defended by Xanadu as they look to get a push going. They now have 1 checkpoint they need to clear.
Yes, absolutely. The charger finally in a little bit of a a little bit of a sticky situation. The missiles are actually going to be coming out. They are one down, however, so it's a little bit of a slow situation for them. That is 2 more going down, effectively 3 down as the Tetras just get back in. It's time to back up, but not before they go down. So 2 down on the side of Xanadu, possibly 3. That is 3. So this is going to be a really big push moment and a really good chance for them to get something going here.
Yes, you see the Gorilla Sam really pushed up with that Charger, but once again, getting a lot of huge picks. You kind of mentioned that Charger was going to have an advantage over that Bamboo, and it's really starting to show here as they approach the second checkpoint with about 2 minutes left to go. And again, only doing it with 1 Stingray being fired off so far. And you look at the specials at the top of the screen, not a lot of specials getting fired off for Xanadu outside of the missiles from the Bamboo. But not a single splashdown has been landed, only 2 armors, 1 rain. So Xanadu's having a difficult time creating space to build up those specials they need to get pushes going.
Oh, and that's a really big, important pick right there for the Tetras. So the Tetras on the side of Xanadu are really going to have to start getting quite a bit more picks and start moving forward. Right here, there's so much space, there's no reason not to move forward, but the team is just a little slow behind them, just long enough so that West Broadway Grillers are able to get back in and start defending that corner. The Ray coming out from Broadway Grillers, that is going to get 1, possibly 2 right here. The Tetras are just now a little overextended now. Unfortunately, this might be the end of their push, but they are pushing it through this checkpoint as far as they can.
Yes, getting past this checkpoint would be huge, but with 1 player left alive versus 4 of the Grillers, it's not going to happen. So as we go under a minute now, Xanadu's going to have to find a way to get past that checkpoint. And getting a pick there on Jim is Leo with the Bamboozler. It does get another trade. That's going to help kind of find a way to solve this push, but they're having a lot of difficulty dealing with Sam, who already has 12 KAs with a Splat Charger before going down right there. But still, once again, that Charger taking control of things for the Grillers, but is going to need to find a way to get 1 more Stingray as Xanadu approaches yet again this first checkpoint that they have a lot of difficulty getting past.
Yeah, I mean, being such a large, open, flat map, that Stingray really is going to be the GG Ray right here if they can't find a way to take out that Charger. Xanadu's kind of in a really bad situation. The Charger is a little pushed up, like you said, but as long as the Charger hits their shots, it's a one frame death. Yep, the Charger is about to jump back and pop that Stingray right now, so now it's time to push forward, and they do. West Broadway Grillers are going to go ahead and take game 1 against Xanadu.
Yeah, the map just worked out better in the favor for the Grillers there. Xanadu's always going to be using that more aggressive anchorless comp that they're kind of known for at this point. And yeah, a map like Hotel where just long range rules just kind of went in the favor for the Grillers there, and especially Sam for the Grillers popping off with the Splash Charger.
Absolutely, and you know, Xanadu, they could have made things work incredibly well had they actually put on more angles of pressure than just trying to scream right through the left side where the Charger was going, because, you know, while objective is rather stationary and you can't push too much further forward from it, there are different ways that you can push through into that left side so that it's much, much harder to defend, and unfortunately, Xanadu was kind of just walking straight into a Charger.
Yes, so now we're moving it to Rainmaker, which the mode alone will work more into Xanadu's favor this time around. The map being Muscle Forge Fitness. On this map, there's really only one way you can push, unless you just get a full wipe going through the elbow on the left or right, based on wherever you are positioned. But going through that zip line, if you get a wipe, especially if you can send 1 player to flank through that zip line, can be the key to this game if it comes down to just a few points at the end here.
Yeah, absolutely, and working to create that pincer. And not to say that while you're pushing through that choke point on your left side or their right side of the map, essentially, it's not to say that you can't make pincers in that area and push through it, but yeah, when you've got another side of the map to work with and send someone to help create that pincer from a completely different part of the map, that can help immensely if you're able to time it right. So Yeah, that might be pretty key, and don't get me wrong, if both teams start playing super fast, then that actual left push might start being a little bit viable depending on the situation. So definitely don't count that side of the map out, but yeah, it's going to be very difficult to push in through for a KO on this map.
So we're getting game 2 started. Again, Gorillaz won the first game in this best of 5. And I believe I got the same stream as you now, so I'm going to be on the same speed, as we do see pretty much the same comps coming out here. Interesting enough that the Gorillaz would have Cookie, one of their more aggressive players, using the N-Zap. You're used to kind of seeing Cookie use something like a Brush or even a K-Pro at times. But we do see the Tetras immediately going down for Xanadu, who is using basically the same comp, except Tri-Slosher Nouveau. This time around, and no armor for the side of Xanadu.
Well, you know, honestly, I believe the Zap pick actually might make just a little bit of sense, because Zap, if you're going to go with an armor weapon, Zap is definitely a very aggressive one to pick. You know, the RNG on its shots, having such little variation on its spray, really can make a huge difference if you're trying to properly support your teammates and put down some aggressive fire.
Basically all 4 specials ready now for Xanadu as they look to get control of mid, letting the Rainmaker reset. Leo trying to find somebody to get a pick on, and they do manage to get one with the Inkjet there on the CDS. So here comes the first push from Xanadu, who does take the lead and does have an opportunity to get more. However, the Stingray from Sam proving to be strong yet again, getting a couple of picks there. Make that 3 with Leo being the last player alive. That is a wipe. So lead going to Xanadu, but I don't think it's going to last very long.
Oh yeah, they've got to go though. They've got to capitalize on this wipe. If they play too slow right here, it looks like Xanadu is going to get right back in, and of course they do, coming up with a pick right there to put a very oh, another nice pick right there. So the Tetris coming in, very key here on the left flank actually, and that's going to basically put a hold on anything happening for probably the next 10 to 15 seconds in this map. It's a really bad situation for West Broadway Gorillaz to be in at this moment, so they're going to have to make some adjustments, but they do get a pick on the Tetris. The Ray coming out, the missiles coming out in response, but as long as those missiles are behind them, they should be okay, and they do. So now they're going to start pushing forward through this right side, working on creating an opening and creating a hole.
Yes, the Gorillaz do get the lead there, but before they can establish a lead that's actually significant, 3 players immediately go down. That is a delayed wipe with Cookie going down, trying to push up and create a path for the Rainmaker. Probably didn't realize their teammates were defeated behind them. So that the control of the map at least will go in the favor of Xanadu, but we do have a 4v4 brawl going on in mid here as the Rainmaker starts to reset. And we'll now head back to mid. Sam going down for the Gorillaz, along with Cookie, so 2 players down. Xanadu with the advantage here. Can they find a way to get a lead that can actually feel comfortable with about 2 minutes left to go? And then,
when they
do get the lead, but once again lose so many players in the process. This is going to be another opportunity for the Gorillaz to reclaim it. It's going to very seesaw back and forth. First 3 minutes of this Rainmaker match, Astro.
Yeah, you know, wipe after wipe after wipe. Frankly, I'm surprised that the points really aren't higher than they are, and the lead does go right back to West Broadway Gorillaz. But, you know, the points being as low as they are really is just kind of a signal that both teams are just moving just a little bit too slow. They're not capitalizing on deaths. You know, when the other team is respawning, you can push forward, push up.
Yeah, and each team putting a lot of emphasis on each push, going all out, basically getting wiped every single time they push. But this time around, the Gorillaz with 38 remaining, that's a lead you can somewhat feel comfortable with at this point, especially if we've got a minute left to go. And since you have the Stingray on your side and Xanadu does not. So with about a minute left to go, Xanadu is going to have to, if they keep pushing up the right side, they're going to have to find a way to turn that corner and go up it just a foot or so if they want to reclaim the lead here with about 50 seconds left.
Oh yeah, and you know, the interesting thing is, though, you know, the losing team does have special advantage, so they are going to be able to pop more specials for this push, so this puts them effectively in some maps and modes at an advantage over the defending team. Oh, and a nice pick right there from the Inkjet. So this Inkjet is going to go ahead and start creating a hole. If the other team can start pushing forward off of it, then this is going to be their opportunity right here. Oh, and a nice shot by Sam.
Sam with a huge pick on Lakeski there. Another one on Leo. Sam having an absolute dominant first couple of games here and has almost got that GG Ray ready. As you can see, Sam jumping out, does escape death and has plenty of room to build up there as Xanadu gets ready for their final push. And it looks like the Rainmaker carrier there just waiting for a few picks to come in. But with the Inkjet coming out now, causing a bit of chaos, and there comes the Stingray with only 2 players left alive for Xanadu. Can Sam find the Rainmaker? And they do. Once again, the Stingray play from Sam coming up huge as the Grillers go up 2-0. But this very easily could have been 2-0 the other way. This has been a competitive set so far.
Absolutely. And, Sam right there coming up very, very clutch. Frankly, won in the last minute of the match, just won his team the match. I mean, so effective. So huge snipes. Those last 2 snipes at the end just basically put a complete brick wall in the face of Xanadu, and they just kind of had to start climbing back up the mountain, but they didn't have time to do it. The Ray coming out, and it was just game over from there. But this set certainly isn't over, and Xanadu are still in it. Arawanamal Clam Blitz next, and this is going to be yet another really fast mode, and Xanadu could do very well.
Well, yes, but at the same time, if you're thinking of a map that's going to really benefit a scoped charger using Stingray, as Sam has already proven. So Xanadu's going to have to find a way to make Sam as uncomfortable as possible, and if they can do that, then yeah, their speed's going to really work out to their advantage here. But this is just a sniper playground here, and as Sam's been hitting their shots, especially if we go back, you kind of pointed out, with the Tetris player just harassing Sam, able to get that key pick there, was huge. So, yeah, Grillers have been doing a good job of protecting their backliner here, and that's going to be key to winning this game if they want to close this out and move on to semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. But, don't get me wrong, in Clam Blitz, I guess one of the best ways to put it is Rainmaker is how quickly you can push on offense, and Clam Blitz is how quickly you can push on defense, essentially. So, one thing that is probably going to be playing to Xanadu's favor just a little bit is that they actually were very, very strong on defense. They were getting wipe after wipe after wipe. They just did not push forward and push through and take advantage of the picks that they got. But
yeah, the only time they ever really got wiped is when they were doing pushes themselves. They were doing a good job of not getting destroyed on defense, which is why they didn't give up that huge lead here. But wait, who's the Grillers electing to use the C-Jet, so we're gonna go with and Tenacity on that C-Jet as well. So get ready to see nothing but Stingray spam coming out from the Grillers. But the only real difference from Xanadu is the MK3 Bamboo with Bubbles and Fizzy, as well as armor coming out from the Vanilla Tri instead of the Nouveau.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Xanadu, they have beacons. That automatically is going to make them the faster team, unless Xanadu, unless Broadway Grillers can really do much about it.
I don't see beacons for either team. I don't think.
Is that not the beacon Bamboo?
Oh no, that's Fizzy Bomb and Bubbles. From MK. But yeah, beacons would have been nice for this map, especially. But with 1 minute left to go here, or 1 minute gone by, and both teams being a little bit passive, 2 players do go down for the Grillers. So we do see Xanadu getting control of mid. They do have enough clams to make a power, but I don't think they're in quite the position they need to be to make a push yet, as we do see some specials coming out, and Stingray ready for the Grillers as 2 players go down for Xanadu. Frost trying to control the alley here on the left side of the map. Does jump out. Oh, and will jump out with 7 clams, so they'll lose all the clams they have and give control of mid to the Grillers here.
Yeah, playing just a little bit too careful, too patient. You know, like I said, they are really, really strong on defense, but they just don't take advantage of their situations. They don't push through them and really make the best out of them. Unfortunately for them, that's really not going to play to their favor in most modes. Splat zones, it can be done if you can work to try to punish aggression, but for the most part in this game, you have to play fast and you have to play aggressive.
The Grillers were able to get a score there, but not have any clams to follow it up with, so they redeem literally nothing, as now Xanadu is able to get control of the situation here, and they're going to get lead, and they have a lot of clams to work with as well to keep it going, as they already get under 50. One more clam will get them under. Oh, it's a DC?
Yeah.
How long has this been going on? I was getting high
past
there.
10 seconds. Yeah, so
Well,
unfortunately...
still with 18 points remaining, Xanadu, can they get the KO? They do! Wow, what a win that doesn't mean anything for Xanadu.
I don't know about that, honestly. I think that if I was Xanadu, I'd say, hey, that felt pretty good.
Feels good to win there.
Now let's make one that counts.
So DC rules, they're going to have to replay all the same weapons, which they're on stream, so it's easy for us to check that. I guess it just comes down to a matter of, did Cookie just DC for that one particular moment, or did their internet completely explode and they're done for the rest of the day? So I guess we'll just wait and see if Cookie can join the lobby back or not.
Regardless, they do have more folks on their roster, do they not?
Yes. As far as people that are active for today, I have no idea, but yeah, the Grillers' traditional roster, I think, goes 6 players deep. Devi, their captain, hasn't been playing today, as well as Toxic. You know, the Grillers' roster, I mentioned they kind of formed at the end of 2018. Their roster really hasn't changed much either. It's so easy for players to just play on a team for a few months, and then you don't win your Ludi group or whatever, and you just disband and form a new team with a bunch of other people who lost. But the Grillers, they've never really... They've just kind of grinded their way out. You know, they started out in Div 6 a couple of seasons ago, moved up to Div 4, and they've done it without having to change their roster much. They grinded things out with the people they still have, and there's a lot to be said about that, I think, especially in this community.
You know, shades of Deep Blues right there. That's actually how Deep Blues got as far as they did. They just stuck it out with the same roster pretty much for years. It's only pretty recently, I believe in 2020, or was it late 2019, that their roster underwent some serious changes. But you still have a few mainstays from their original roster on Deep Blues, and yeah, so shades of Deep Blues to them. Let's see how far they can go.
And same for Xanadu as well. Lakeski, Leo, Wiltsy, Frosh. These are all guys that have been a part of Xanadu for as far as I can remember. So, and Cookie has rejoined, and everyone readied up extremely quickly. So we are going to be giving you, hopefully, a real Airwana Clan Blitz. Once again, Grillers win this one, they will win the entire set. Xanadu playing for their winner bracket lives right now.
Absolutely.
Have we talked about the pick to use C-Jet over Splatterscope that's been working out so well for the Grillers so far?
Well,
and especially on a map like this?
Modern comp, it makes complete sense. C-Jet's just the fastest backline. If you're gonna play a backline weapon, oftentimes you're just gonna need something fast. And modern comp, backline's not even viable much of the time. So, especially in one of the faster modes like Clan Blitz, it does make complete sense to switch to.
The speed working out very well here for Xanadu in the opening 30 seconds here. So they're able to get a lot of key picks here. You see Wiltsy pushing up, trying to just keep the respawning players away from mid so that all their players can gather up clams to get a push going here. Popping armor, bubbles are ready as well. Xanadu's in position. They just don't have the clams yet. They finally have 10 as a team, but now they might have waited a little bit too long as two players go down, and now the Gorillers have so many specials to work with to defend, even though Xanadu does have control in mid here.
Yeah, it was actually quite interesting. Popped the armor and then immediately ran backwards. When you have armor, you have advantage. You know, you push forward. You can take more shots than them. It doesn't matter if they get pre-fire on you. You'll at the very least get a trade. And so you just push forward when you get armor. You'd be surprised just how far that'll take you. Just the basics.
So a trade there in mid. It looks like Xanadu does have a power clam. However, they're on their side of the map. But they do have bubbles to work with. They've had bubbles ready a long time, and the bubble player does go down. So Leo's going to have to find a way to get into position to use those bubbles so that Xanadu can get a push going. But once again, things just haven't been lining up for either team yet. They've either been getting the kills and not having the clams, or having the specials. But yeah, and there goes a full white for Xanadu on the Grillers. So now Xanadu finally has the situation to where they can get something going. All the stars have aligned. It's just a matter of can they get a basket in. And what a defense there by the Grillers. Yeah, two players immediately going down for Xanadu. Make that three.
Yeah, they just played a little bit too slow. You know, they had a full wipe. There was no reason they shouldn't have been immediately as far up as they could possibly go. Because what they really should be focused on when something like that happens is just advancing neutral as far as it will possibly go. Making sure that it's just as far into their spawn as it can possibly be. And unfortunately, they didn't really do that. They just kind of sat around tossing clams to each other until it was too late. Seconds make a massive difference in this game.
So now we approach about 2 minutes left to go. The Grillers trying to get a push going. They do actually pop the basket. They don't have the clams or the players alive to really keep the push going. So they will be able to give Xanadu a mercy clam here. But with the way Xanadu's been having difficulty getting points going, for all we know, the 80 to 100 remaining could be the win for the Grillers if they keep playing defense as good as they have been.
Well, you know, just kind of look at Xanadu's comp. You've got two weapons that are really, 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 really good at killing. You've got the Tetris and the Bamboo. And essentially, you're going to have a situation right there where you've built half your comp entirely around getting those picks. But if you're not pushing forward and pushing through fast enough and pushing through hard enough, you're not going to make those picks count for anything. And unfortunately for them, they're just playing a little bit too slow, and it's playing to West Broadway Grillers' favor. Not to say that they're any worse players than West Broadway Grillers, it's just that they need to make a bit of an adjustment on how they push together, and that is going to be another power clam and make that two. So actually, with 1 minute left, the West Broadway Grillers are going to extend their lead just a little bit, possibly two more clams, and they do get them.
Yes, this one push here, blowing the game wide open in the favor for the Grillers. As you see Jim there using missiles just to kind of delay the spawn a little bit. But the push is still going with 12 remaining. Frosh able to pick up the Mercy Clam, so the Xanadu will have a couple of clams to work with. But again, they're just not getting specials off. One splashdown, 0 bubbles, 2 armors, 2 rains. The specials not coming for Xanadu. They all need to happen at the same time here if Xanadu's going to find a way, not just to pop the basket, but to find a way to win the game. As they do with about 15 seconds. 3 players going down here. The Forge Pro, the last one, underneath the basket for the Grillers. But again, the Xanadu having trouble struggling to juggle clams. Do find a way to form a power clam. Come in with one more. I don't know if they still have a Mercy to work with yet, but they're just going to have to keep this basket going for a long time, and they're going to need to get a lot of kills. Here comes a power clam coming from the alley. Oh, they're only 13 points away now. That's just 5 power clams, or 5 regular clams if they can find the way, but they don't have any clams at all. The tri-slosh for the last one, no clams, so a heck of a push there from Xanadu. But ultimately, it was just too big of a mountain to overcome as the Grillers take the set. Let me
Oh
get some
yeah,
water.
and that was a really good final push by Xanadu. You saw right there, they were finally pushed up far enough to capitalize on the picks that they got. You mentioned the fact that they were popping far less specials, but neither team were popping very many specials to begin with. Which does make sense, but that just kind of signifies that they're not laying down a lot of paint. They're playing too slow and not moving forward. And when you move forward, you have a lot of paint to lay down around you constantly. When you play aggressive enough and play fast enough, all the stats are going to go up. Your kill, your deaths, your specials, your paint output, everything. If you're doing it correctly, everything will go up.
Whew. Okay, and that the Gorillers will move on to play Radiance, but I believe we're going to be moving on to the top of the bracket to give you the bunnies as they await the winner of Avalanche, and maps and modes have changed. But before any of that happens, we're going to take a quick break and then bring you winners semifinals. You are watching Low Ink in July. And welcome back to Low Ink July 2020. Astro had to go do important work, business stuff. So I am now joined on the mic by somebody named, am I pronouncing this right? Hoeen Hero?
That works. So does Hoeen Hero.
That works. Hoeen, what do you do for this tournament exactly?
I'm one of the founders and head tournament organizers.
So you're the one I need to talk to when it comes time for paychecks to be doled out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Glad we got that figured out. So we are in winners semifinals. We are going to be bringing you Avalanche once again. This time playing the Bunnies. The Bunnies were a team that made it to losers finals in the last tournament. We didn't know much about the Bunnies then, but we know a lot about the Bunnies now. They use an E-leader pretty well, and we're going to be seeing Rainmaker at Kelp Dome, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that E-leader already, but Avalanche, whoa, okay. Both teams readied up in like 5 seconds as soon as this lobby started.
That is fast. Okay, let's get started then.
They're ready, we're ready too. The winners semifinals, we see Avalanche coming out with a machine. I don't know if that was the Neo or Vanilla. It is a Vanilla, so
yeah, it is.
They were using the anchorless comp before, and it looks like they're keeping it over here, but still having
Definitely
the Stingray.
Looks like that the Bunnies are going to go for a less aggressive comp than Avalanche here.
Yes, with the splatter scope charger with Stingray, but and also the Vanilla Splash with Toxic Mist and Inkjet. So not a lot of range from the Bunnies outside of their chargers, but definitely a much faster, more aggressive comp coming out from Avalanche, who does take the opening there.
Run that down, but gets tripled as a result of that. Gonna go ahead and run this back now with 10 missiles now coming out on the side of the Bunnies. Try to stall Avalanche out a little bit.
Bunnies looking to hop their way into the lead. Are they trying to take the Rainmaker to the left of Great there, and kind of a cheesy route to take? But we do see their push getting stalled. The Bunnies jumping out to use Stingray. As we see, it looks like the H3 player trying to get something going, but immediately denied by the Stingray. And we got a 1v1 Stingray
war going. Oh, those are fun. But now the Inkjet is going to go ahead and get that last player on Avalanche's side. And it's going to go right back in.
With the 3 players going down for the side of the Bunnies. Even though they do get the lead, the Splat Charger jumping out isn't close to Ray yet, so... but even though lead will go, at least temporarily, to the side of the Bunnies as Avalanche looks to get control of mid here.
Avalanche is going to continue cleaning up mid and actually stopping a surprise push there from the Bunnies. Good on them. That could have been catastrophic if they didn't stop that.
Yeah, the vanilla splash, finding a way to slip past. That's kind of the issue with this map, honestly, is that there's just so many different ways to flank from. And
yeah, like we just saw there, Judy Hoops actually went off and flanked the Rainmaker there.
you want to say hops with the Bunnies. But yeah, especially when the Rainmaker's on your side of the map, you have to watch the front door, the back door, the side door. There's so many different ways somebody can slip past there as we reach the halfway point here.
Avalanche is going to go up and try to take that Rainmaker, but it looks like Bunnies are going to grab it and not do much with it. We're just all stuck in mid right now. But maybe we get a chance to move here? Or snipers.
Nice pick by I Love Laura. However, Avalanche able to get a pick on the Charger, and with 2 players down for the Bunnies, including their Stingray, there might be an opportunity here for Avalanche to get a move going. However, they immediately lose 2 players in what would have been a 2
down. This is a huge chance for the Bunnies. They just need to capitalize on it. And they will do just that, immediately moving the Rainmaker and bringing out specials. But they do lose the Rainmaker there. and they'll have to grab it, and that wastes tons of time.
Yeah,
Looks like Avalanche is going to successfully defend.
Anytime it looks like a team is, especially right now, we got another situation where it looks like Avalanche has a huge opportunity to get a serious push going here, if not the lead. But once again, Stingray coming out, so before anything could even get going, the Bunnies shut it down yet again. And that it looks like
not being fast enough on those pushes right now.
Oh, and this is kind of dangerous. You see them taking it right here, trying to just dump the Rainmaker out of their base. But if the Stingray is able to get this pick here before the Rainmaker can escape, as you see Judy calling for help, is there
asking for help there.
If they can find a way to dump this Rainmaker off to this right tree area here before dying, and they do manage to do it.
Oh, that was close. That could have been a close double. And the Rainmaker does get that one as well, but does not take down Custom. Teammates will, in fact, finish it off, though. And the Bunnies, with 27 seconds left, have the lead, so Avalanche is getting ready for what may be their final push here of the match.
If the Bunnies even let them get that push off. You see, they're just trying to defend. Okay, now they bail out.
Yeah, they're going to get this. They're going to get the chance.
But the Bunnies already have that Stingray ready to go. And I don't think a counter Stingray is going to be available. The Stingray
can't pop their armor as well, so they won't have the armor to defend. And they do lose the Rainmaker at the very end. And that will be the first game to the Bunnies.
So those waspily wabbits finding a way. I don't know if the the flank they did there to keep that push alive to add to their lead. They would have had enough points to win either way, but still, just the tenacity of the Bunnies there pays off in their favor.
Both teams were pretty heavily trying to get those pushes, but neither team could quite extend their leads or move there and take the lead in the case of Avalanche at the end there. And hopefully we'll see Avalanche able to overcome in this next match and tie the series up at 1-1.
Yeah, Avalanche had their opportunities. There were several times where they had a 3, if not 4-player advantage over the Bunnies and the Rainmaker, but every time there was just one person to get a key double for the Bunnies or just the Stingray coming out at the right time. So the Bunnies able to hold on, doing a lot of damage with very little minimum players. And I shouldn't be spending too much time talking right now because these teams know exactly.
Talk about Clam Blitz on Skipper Pavilion. Come on, it's a great.
I wonder if they even took time to look at the map. They just readied up immediately, and we're already.
They had like 30 seconds. I think they know what map they're playing on. They definitely do now.
Clam Blitz at Skipper, wasting no time. Is that a Squiffer coming out? That is.
Yeah, a Bamboozler. I think they were ready for a tent, but there's no tent on the side of Avalanche.
No, but Avalanche using the vanilla Squiffer with point sensor and armor, and a Bamboo, like you mentioned, coming out for the side of the Bunnies. No surprise there. We saw the Bunnies use Bamboo pretty exclusively for Clam Blitz in the last tournament, but 2 Bunnies immediately going down as Avalanche, with 21 clams as well.
And here comes the armor. They're going to go for a push here. It looks like they're going to... Do they have a power clam, actually? They do.
They do, and several clams to go up with it, and several kills coming down. Avalanche has an opportunity to get a score right here that they could very well win with, as several points come pouring in here.
They just need more clams now. No clams, but 56 is not a bad push by any means. 50, that's a solid amount of points.
It's not a bad push, but at the same time, the Bunnies, you got to be lucky that it is only 56. It looked like it could have been a whole heck of a lot worse.
It could have, yeah.
The pressure's not going to be taken off here by Avalanche, as you see the Squiffer here getting a key pick on the Bamboo and is holding down mid effectively for the Bunnies, or for Avalanche here.
Looks like Avalanche is getting into position to push again, but they are down their Squiffer right now. They may have an opportunity to flank there, actually, considering that the entire team is just focused on their push from bottom. But it looks like bunnies are going to successfully defend this and even chase that power clam down, trying to get them out so they can start their own push. They have a power clam ready to go.
This and the clan economy still heavily in the favor of Avalanche here, as you see the bunnies trying to get control of at least some portion of the map, if not the top part. The difficulty in controlling this map, as we see Avalanche getting a huge push once again coming in here, already eliminating their penalty points. The custom.
Holy, they're just gonna swipe from here.
One player,
a big push.
Yeah, one player did go down for Avalanche. There was Custom. Custom was the only one with follow-up clams to go with that. So the bunnies killing the one person they needed to ending that push, even though it cost them a lot of their lives. And again, only 2 players left, so...
He only lost 20 points on penalty. It was absolutely worth that.
Yes, and they still keep control of the map. The bunnies are just kind of boxed in at this point, and they've been boxed in for this whole game so far.
They're going to have to figure out a way to break out, and they need to charge their specials and go. But them getting picked like that is not going to help them very much at all. Looks like Avalanche is going to go up again. They get a pick, they break the barrier, wow, this is going to be another push.
And this might be the last push, only one more.
That is game. That is game for Avalanche, coming right back and saying, no, this set is not over. This might be a close... I'm looking forward to it if it's a close set. Those are always the most exciting.
Yes, Avalanche dominating from start to finish there. Look at the KAs. The bunnies having so much difficulty getting any kills there, as Avalanche just absolutely dominated that map and mode. As the bunnies are going to have to go back to the drawing board to see what they can come up with game 3 here, which is going to be tower control at Mako Mart. Ooh, a fun map and mode, which may work into the favor of this quick aggressive comp that Avalanche has been pulling out.
We will have to see. Alright, so Tower Control on Mako Mart. Mako Mart is one of the more liked maps in the pool for this month. And Tower Control is a bit interesting. If you're going to win Tower Control, you're going to have to clear the areas around the checkpoints. Otherwise, they're just going to come running right off a plat at you when you're standing at those checkpoints. So, let's see if either team's able to do that.
Why do we even bother with a ready up screen? Both
I don't know.
They don't take
bringing out the E-liter scope.
There it is. There's the classic E-liter and the roller. The bunnies were known to use their roller a lot in the last tournament, so this is kind of what we've expected to see from them all along here. And a squeezer, and once again the range blaster. We saw Avalanche use that earlier in the day, but 3 players immediately going down for Avalanche. The last player alive with the squeezer, able to get a key pick there. And this push should be dead, but the bunny's trying to force it anyway.
Bunny's got only 1 up, and they do manage to keep that 1 up and they manage to keep mid as a result and prevent the start of a big push from Avalanche, so major props to them for that. Looks like Avalanche is coming back in now, and I'm gonna go ahead and engage. Let's see how this pans out.
Yeah, this should be a good push here for the bunnies, as they got 2 kills as they approach this first checkpoint. This first checkpoint, not the most difficult one in the world to get past, but it is a very annoying one nonetheless. Getting it out of the way very early will open up the door for the bunnies to get a lot of points later. If not, continuing this push right here, as you see D-Bunny with the roller able to ledge camp pretty well before backing off, question mark? Not sure what going in for a flank, I see.
That rollers are always so annoying if you don't handle them appropriately. They will ledge camp, they will flank, they will come out of nowhere and ruin your day. So, yeah, definitely a good job on their part in that case.
And Avalanche able to get the wipe, but the damage done. Oh!
There we go again, just like I said. Out of nowhere.
You're You're just sharking safely as a squeezer, and then all of a sudden a bunny with a giant hammer jumps out and smacks you on the head. As we see D-Bunny making a huge, deep flank here as the bunny's trying to get another push going. And with 2 checkpoints clear, not a whole lot in the way of the bunnies approaching that 3rd checkpoint and possibly getting a KO, but they're going to need to get a few more picks here before they can get a push started.
And it looks like Avalanche is going to try to get this push started by clearing out up underneath the bunny's plat. And a not doing very well with that right now. Now we're going.
The bunny's getting their first, or Avalanche getting their first legit push going here. About 3 minutes into the game, but 2 players immediately going down. Blaster,
nice trade there.
The last one alive, as we see iHeart Laura finding the last player, able to get a nice pick there.
Almost nice pick there too. This E-leader is going nuts.
If you look at the specials up top there, Avalanche has not been able to get any inkjets off there for the T-Tech. It was able to get a kill, so
might be getting their first one here in a moment.
And that would be huge if they could get an inkjet off combined with some of these other bubble specials, but no.
Yep.
So these specials not being able to be used effectively by Avalanche, and it's starting to show here as the bunnies are
very unfortunate for those specials that could not be used.
And 2 players going down for the side of Avalanche, so about 1:15 left to go here. Once again, Avalanche having a lot of difficulty finding these bunnies and killing them. It's immediately 2 more players down.
They're doing far better with Clam Blitz than this. We'll see if they can turn it around in this last minute, hopefully.
Yes,
so be a close game.
So far, the slower mode of tower control working in the favor of the bunnies, as Avalanche trying to get a few picks here. They know the flank is coming. They sniff out the roller, is able to get a good pick on them. But with 40 seconds left to go, Avalanche...
They have to clear this quickly and get it moving and hold it. It's going to be a challenge.
And they need to find a way to get that inkjet, who immediately dies before popping it.
Nice pick on that roller. That was an excellent pick. And going to be a critical one, too. E-leaders have getting a lot of pressure on them now from the range blaster, who does not go down to that, actually.
Avalanche getting this push going here, but the roller getting the bop on the blaster. You see the squeezer using bubbles here, and there comes the first inkjet of the game, and it's an inkjet 1v1 that Custom is going to be using the distraction, but however, doesn't get a pick with it, and it will lead to a win from the bunnies, who just got 1 push off and then just kind of coasted the rest of the 5 minutes there to take the 2-1 win. So... We saw a dominant performance from Avalanche in the Clam Blitz game.
I'm surprised the roller doesn't have more kills, honestly.
Yeah, it seemed like every time we cut to the roller, they were getting a kill, but the kills the roller was getting were so clutch, and we didn't see much of what the NZAP was doing with that 14 KA there. But now we're going to move to Hotel Zones.
It was probably armor, that is why it was 14, honestly. So how quickly are they going to check up this time?
Yes, the real question here is, are we going to get any time to actually talk about Hotel Zones, or are we just going to go immediately into the
it's a map that makes use of long range there. I think we said enough. Now they can check in. But yeah, since we actually do have some time, apparently, it is, like we said, a map that's going to rely on a lot of range due to those 2 canals. I don't know what to call them, but the fact that the map is basically separated by great bridges with water underneath them. So I would think E-leaders would come out for the bunnies again, maybe roller again, I'm not sure. You could still use a roller effectively, you just have to be able to get them in.
I wonder if Avalanche just doesn't have an anchor on their roster that's playing today. Not to say that anchor comps are obviously they're kind of a dying trend, but for a map like Hotel, it's still almost a requirement, especially against a player like Laura that was just eating up Avalanche that last game. If Avalanche can't find a way to get to the E leader here, they might just feast on them this entire game, and it might not last too long if they can't find a way to get those kills.
Alright, well, let's see how things go here as we get started with Splat Zones on New Albacore.
And the bunnies taking the the weird strat of actually using all the time in the ready up screen.
Very unusual strategy for this.
Very unusual, yes.
Avalanche did pretty well on Clam Blitz where they were able to lock out. If they can do that here, well, they're golden considering Splat Zones. But we'll see how that goes.
That double armor comp of Inzap and... actually, that's the vanilla H3 with point sensors and missiles. So they're foregoing the double armor, which would have worked out really well against that E-Leader, but it's still working out in Avalanche's favor right now as 3 players immediately go down, and now you see them trying to flank around the left and right side.
They do successfully
in that E-Leader, who has to jump out there.
Over to the right side. And Custom's going to try to go after that leader, but on the right side that failed, and the bunnies are going to go ahead and attack the zone with Bomb Rush.
Yes, doing the Neo Splash as opposed to the vanilla that they have been using up to this point. That Bomb Rush doing a lot more to paint the zone and to counteract those bubbles there, as the bunnies do control the zone at least for now. As the Inzap goes down for Avalanche, the bunny pushing up pretty well, gets punished there. By the
It's going to be a win for Avalanche. Okay, so that was about a trade. That's more mixed. I was thinking that bunnies might just take that.
And no, the lead held on to by Avalanche. They're getting the picks they needed, and now once again another opportunity to take out this E-Leader. But tonight,
that was nice. That was nice.
Is Laura, who also has specials ready. They go able to, but the issue here is, even though they're having a lot of difficulty taking out this E-Leader, Avalanche having no difficulty taking out everybody else. As you see,
the Inkjet who just goes into the water to take the E-Leader out, traded the Inkjet for an E-Leader. Okay, I've never seen that.
That Inkjet lasted about 3 seconds, but that is still the best Inkjet Avalanche has used in this set, and it might lead to a KO here if they can just hold on to the
gotta hold 5, 4, and it looks like this is actually going to be taken by the bunnies. It is.
Should be. They have more
Maybe.
players left alive.
This is taking a while.
Okay,
there we go.
I just say there's no reason the bunnies shouldn't be able to find a way to take that one right there. And getting the kill on the Inzap was just the nail in the coffin. However, huge hole the bunnies have to go through, but they are already done with their penalty points. So they're doing some permanent damage now as the Neo Splash does go down.
Bunny's going to have to back out a bit due to Tenton missiles, which gives Avalanche the chance to take control of the zone and add a 28-point penalty. And they actually both go down as well to the push from the Avalanche. So, excellent there. Are they going to get a third? They do get a third, and that's going to hurt the Bunnies a lot, who have just about 44 units remaining to get back.
The only 2 players left alive for Avalanche to defend this zone. Using the specials here just to kind of control the zone for a little bit longer, even though the Inzap does go down. And you do see all the specials coming up from the bunnies who will recap here, but they're going to need to get a few picks to follow it up, or else the zone could immediately go right back to the side of Avalanche.
And there's that one person point censored and being attacked 3v1 effectively. I did not see if they went down, but they are being forced back by Avalanche now, who is not having great luck capping that zone. They need some picks to do that. They did stop, and there's the cap. Oh! Whoa! What a play with that bubble there.
Just hunted down triplets of bunnies with a single bubble. What a play there by the Forge. And with 1 minute left to go, not mentally. Oh, but once again, the E-Leader getting the picks they need to get, but with everybody else dying for the side of the bunnies, they're going to have a hard time getting back to zone.
They have to go now. They have to go now. The Storm has to go out now.
Penalty points gone. Armor coming off. They're going to need to find ways to get a pick in the
And
zone.
that is going to take us to Game 5.
what a back and forth set we've been having here. That was well, actually, the Rainmaker game was probably the closest one we've had so far. But Avalanche, once again, getting a huge push, and even those trades. Look at the KAs once again for the Bunnies. Whenever the Bunnies lose, it's always because they're having such a difficult time getting the picks that they need to get. And Avalanche just doing a much better job of maximizing their specials. So many key kills with their specials there.
Avalanche seems to do a lot better with splat zones, clan blitz, the control and area type goal. But this last game is on Rainmaker, and that may sink them if they can't correct that when they have to push the objective deep. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if Avalanche can do well here. But to be fair, when we did Kelp, it was a pretty mixed match overall. The Bunnies just got one good push, and then both sides locked each other out. So we'll see.
Well, the Bunnies won the Rainmaker game, and they won the game at Mako Mart. Now they're playing Rainmaker at Mako Mart. So if you're Avalanche, you got to be pulling your hair out and thinking, man, we're in a tough situation here with this map and mode.
Give it your all.
But we'll see. We'll see. It'll come down to if the Bunnies can get the picks that they need to get, and if they don't,
well,
the speed that Avalanche works with is just going to be too much to overcome.
Worst case, you can always come back. This is winner's bracket, so you're not eliminated if you lose here. Alright, let's take a look at what we got here. Once again, the Bunnies with that roller, not an E-leader this time, but a charger as well. Meanwhile, Avalanche has got that Inkjet, which hopefully can do quite a bit here. Armor as well. And again, the H3 that does not have armor going for
the vanilla H3, such a comfort pick for them that worked out last game. Will be interesting to see if it can work out again here. As the opening push going for the side of Avalanche, and they do have more players alive with the roller being down for the Bunnies to make that 2 players there as the trade goes off. If Avalanche can find a way to keep this push going before the Rainmaker resets, and it will do just that.
The roller again, but this time they were ready. They were ready this time. Are they ready for the Rainmaker shield, though? Yes, they are.
That roller going all over the place. As we see iHeart Laura getting another kill. It seems like anytime the camera switches to iHeart Laura, they're getting a huge kill from the opposite side of the map.
They are, yeah.
So we see the Bunnies trying to get some picks here so that they can advance with their first push, but instead 2 players immediately go down. So
they have their Stingray ready. Oh, and they go down. The Stingray comes out, though. The Stingray is the only thing holding the Bunnies in this right now. And the Stingray does get that pick while they get the picks they need in base. This is the Bunnies' chance.
It looked like Avalanche was going to survive that Stingray. They were juking him out, but just got caught up in too much blue ink there and eventually go down. So, yeah, a 1v4 situation, just like we saw in the last Rainmaker game, still working out in the Bunnies' favor, even though they only get 1 player left alive.
Avalanche does have the lead right now, though, so if nothing changes, it's not really in their favor in the end.
Yes, the Bunnies have failed to pick up the Rainmaker once.
And here it is.
Now, and with 1 player left alive behind the Rainmakers, able to get the pick they needed. That would have been a loss of the lead for sure if they had escaped that
89-63, yeah. If they gotten up on that box and over, that would have been very painful. Sniper getting a nice pick there on the T-Tech. I think I've seen a few Inkjets, though, this time, to be fair to them.
Yes. As we see
the push now, Bunny's getting up on that box, trying to get a shot.
With the Stingray to support, but they're going to have to find a way to land this jump, and they do not. You see, it cut off to the R7 Fax or whoever that person is.
There's the roller again. This is out of nowhere. We're talking about something, the roller's going to interrupt us.
The roller does go down, but yeah, anytime that roller alive, you just have they're having a really difficult time locating that roller. Interesting considering because that might be why they switched to the vanilla H3 for points since they're trying to find that roller. But
Ends up going to be forced all the way back into their base, getting ready to block this pushing coming from the bunnies. I wonder if the bunnies are going to go the other direction. Try to juke them out.
there would, with the score being this low, yes, if they were to go to the right path there, that's closer to the enemy spawn, they don't have to go too far to get lead, to get under 63. But with 3 players down for the bunnies, Stingray, once again, they're forced to be in defense mode here. As you see the Forge pushing up, trying to eliminate
the lead. The lead does advance slightly there.
So yeah, but that gives us a good indicator. If the bunnies want to get the lead, they just got to land down that box. They don't have to go too far at all in front of the enemy spawn to do that. So we might see them take that route as one player's left.
That is a white. Quite a few. They're still attacking that Rainmaker. That's a white. This is their chance. This could turn the entire game around here. The entire set around, no matter to that.
And they're looking to push left, but they have the players in front. Once again,
at 72.
The Forge getting the pick, shooting through the field of bunnies and killing the one with the Rainmaker. As you see the roller desperately trying to stay alive.
They got 2 up, they got 1. 1 jumps, and Avalanche holds that lead with 20 seconds left in the game.
And Avalanche could have picked it up there to hold it back in their spawn, especially now that the charger goes down. So that will give the bunnies a chance to at least pick it up. And the Rainmaker does get popped.
Bunnies must touch this to force overtime.
Wow.
And they will not, and Avalanche will be going to our grand finals. Or
wow.
No, they will be going to our winners finals, my bad. But one step closer to that grand finals.
And you see them do it in such a low-scoring 44-28 Rainmaker game. Oh, I didn't even notice the KAs there. What a pop-off for Re7 Axe with the Forge. Getting so many key kills there that we could see on stream, but it never really flipped over to them. Most of those kills were every time the bunnies picked up the Rainmaker. What a performance by Avalanche there.
I will give them this. They definitely came back and showed they know how to play Rainmaker. They did a good job there.
Easily the most exciting set we've seen so far on stream, and we've still got winners and grand finals to go. So, Hohen, since those teams rated up so quick and never gave us a break, let's actually take one, and we will bring you winners finals next here on the July Low-Link. And we are back with winners finals here in Top Cut of the July Low Ink, bringing you Avalanche versus Radiance. This is actually a rematch from yesterday in round 6 of Swiss, not round Swiss.
Round Swiss. That's a big round.
These two teams played. Avalanche lost to Radiance 1-2. In fact, this is the only team to beat Avalanche so far. Radiance is undefeated, so a good rematch for what promises to be an exciting and easily the best winners finals you have ever seen in your entire life, Owen.
Absolutely, this should be a really good winners finals, especially consider this is the only other winners finals that we had. The only other one we had was in June, because we have not done double elim before now.
And we're going to be starting off with Rainmaker at Skipper Pavilion. When this map and mode was streamed yesterday, Splatter Swim elected to use 3 Sploosh 7s and a Nouveau Tri-Slosher. How many Sploosh 7s do you think we're going to see in this matchup?
That's a hard one. How about 0?
0, wow.
I don't think we're going to have a repeat of that. We don't have either team here.
Yes, and I don't think we're going to see one from the side of Avalanche, as their comp has been pretty consistent up to this point.
No sploosh at all. So we get a tent and a bamboozler, though, from the side of... I can't remember the name.
The Radiance.
Radiance, yes, thank you.
The number 2 overall seed in this top cut here, as they do get the opening pop and look to push up with a couple of picks here. Excuse me as I burp on some gummies. But here comes what could be another huge push here, or a big opening push here for Radiance. But once again, the Forge Pro for Avalanche is still alive. The Forge Pro is getting several huge picks in the last Rainmaker game we saw.
That tent's just going to get stuck and go straight down as Radiance gets pushed out of their base by Avalanche. Avalanche gets ready to counter push here. And that point sensor again being used on that H3. Afraid of more roller flanks, maybe?
Having flashbacks, nightmares, mind you, back to the game against the Bunnies. We see the H3 being the last player left alive here for Avalanche, as Radiance with a huge opening push. And honestly, that score of 36 remaining is enough to win with on this map. You can't go through the uninkable through mid and take lead. You're going to have to go through this route Radiance is taking right now as they look to extend their lead here. But the H3 getting a huge pick on the Rainmaker, with this Inkjet being the last one alive, but the Inkjet getting on several kills as well before it goes down.
Picks but the Inkjet does just go down as soon as it lands, as Avalanche was ready for them, and Avalanche will start to clean up.
Yeah, Avalanche is going to have to find a way to get control of mid here, and having 2 players go down on the side of Radiance is going to help that cause a lot. Oh, but the H3 with a beacon behind them. And actually, I think somebody jumped to that beacon and got the kill there. So that sneakiness of that beacon behind the wall paying off for Radiance, as they are able to hold on to mid as we approach the halfway mark.
You don't think of those beacons very often, but they're there and they can do a lot of damage if you don't take care of them.
Yeah, coming up from the vanilla Tentabrella, which is something you don't see too often. Most of the times you see the camo one with Hammer and Ink Mine, so with that beacon's working out really well for Radiance's favor right now. But they won't be able to put down any more as long as the Tentabrella holds the Rainmaker right here, looking to just get a few picks and keep control of this flat area that is on the side of Avalanche, who's having a lot of difficulty getting to mid.
Absolutely, that Inkjet's going to come out and try to get Radiance out of there from Avalanche, but it doesn't look like it had much effect, unfortunately. And Radiance is just going to continue being dominating and playing the same lockout game that Avalanche was playing last set. They do go down here. this is going to be Avalanche's chance to start undoing that lockdown and getting this game back.
As they pick up the Rainmaker for the first time with bubbles ahead, they're taking that route that they need to take to get lead. They're just going to have to find a way to get some more kills. They already brought down the end zap from the side of Radiance, but you see Beam here, who already has 12 KA. Can they get the last pick there? They stall it just before lead gets crossed there. And Custom the last one alive, so this is
a wipe. That's going to be a wipe.
So close to getting the lead was Avalanche there with that one pick. But they might get some confidence from that push there that could eventually lead to another win. 3 players going down, but the Rainmaker is going to reset. However, Avalanche is still going to be in position here, as you see Custom holding down the area the Rainmaker needs to get to. If they can just find a way, they do!
They got the lead! Oh my word, they got splatted immediately after, but they took the lead with that wipe. Those kind of pushes, how I've said, this could be a big push, this could be a big push. Well, this just did turn into a big push because of that.
And it's not over as they're threatening the KO now with less than 30 seconds left to go. They do pop the Rainmaker.
Oh, how did he stay alive that long?
I have no idea. He was getting pelted all left and right. But this, a huge lead for this map. It's so hard to KO on this map. And it's
in 10 seconds, Radiance is going to have to go for the overtime, effectively knockout. Holy, okay, this is going to be a challenge. Alright, so Radiance is going to play carefully here. Obvious reasons, they lose the Rainmaker, and there it is. Alright, we'll just drop that rant.
Played about as careful as they could, but Avalanche there with played better in the last minute, and that's all they really needed to win the game. So a nice win by Avalanche, even though the KAs are heavily in the favor of Radiance there, especially with Beam getting a lot of kills with that Octo shot.
Just like with at the end of a turf war game or anything like that, all it takes is one good push, and you have that game. It's over.
All it takes is your team getting wiped. So, so now we're moving on to Splat Zones at Kelp Dome, and a very awkward Splat Zones map. The awkwardness coming from the fact that so many specials just don't work on this map with the grates blocking a lot of
those. Rain, that does fine, but Inkjet, that can be a problem with your movement ability.
Splashdown can be awkward if you get underneath the grates. Missiles can be stopped by grates. Booyah bombs can get caught on rails. But especially with this current meta we're in, Ink Armor never fails. But teams are just going to have to find a way to cap the zone with their weapons instead of relying on their specials to help them out most of the time, at least.
It looks like Avalanche is ready to go, but Radiance is second guessing what they want to do. Potentially, or they're just strategizing. Hopefully the latter.
Yeah, at this point, I think we can pretty much predict what Radiance's or Avalanche's comp is going to be. They're going to use the H3 of some sort. They're going to use that Forge Pro, which bubbles are going to work out really well here. They're going to use the Inzap with armor, and then they're going to use an Inkjet. So,
absolutely, this should be a good match here. Straight into it.
It'll be interesting to see if we see that Tenta Relic coming back out, because Tenta could work out well here. We do see a Booyah Bomb coming out with from Avalanche, so instead of the Inzap, they do the Kinsa 52 and go back to the more traditional H3.
They do have armor, that's good. For a second, I thought they just dropped armor and was wondering what they were thinking.
No, they definitely still got it. Oh, and it's working out to their advantage here. As they use the armor to get control of the map here. Eventually, yes, they got several kills. Just had difficulty getting control of the map because it's such an awkward zone to paint. But the opening push does go in the favor of Avalanche.
Actually, it went in the favor of Radiance, Popgun.
Did it?
Yeah, Radiance green. Now Avalanche is getting their push. Avalanche looks like Avalanche did.
No. This is Radiance. It's
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, Radiance is purple. Avalanche is green.
All right,
Radiance has the lead. Yeah, the RM custom was what threw us off there.
All right, there we go. Yeah, because that's what I saw. All right, yeah. So now Radiance is gonna go ahead and take the zone.
And they're holding on to it very well here. And with 2 players down, this could eventually lead to a possible KO here from Radiance.
Down. Quick knockout.
You see Violet checking the back door since flanks do come. Violet looking at, waiting for a flank to come. And is taking care of the players that are just feeding over the wall there. So
yeah, it's just a lot of feeding from Avalanche here. You cannot do that if you want to win. Easy knockout for Radiance. We'll see if they can correct that in the next game.
And Radiance showed that they knew how to play this map and mode, even though this isn't something you see too often. You saw Violet constantly checking for that flank to come around the back door, and was able to take care of any kind of threat that was thrown their way. So, played very well from Radiance as they tie up this winter finals at 1 apiece.
Well, Kelp Dome's not a very played map very often, just because of the fact that the community doesn't like it. I think it's a good idea to have it played on the various modes. It's part of the game, so there's not really a problem playing it, in my opinion. But either way, we're going to move on to another map that people don't really like very much. We're going straight to Clamplets on Camp Triggerfish.
Well,
long snaking path.
This would be a good map if we see some Stingrays coming out. We have seen Stingray be used by Avalanche before, but it did come from the vanilla sloshing machine, of all things. With Radiance, they've been going. Actually, they didn't go anchorless. They had a remix in that last game. We just didn't get to see the remix much from the spectator cam. So Radiance has shown that they have an ability to use a wide variety of comps. And that's probably why they're taking more time to ready up here, as opposed to Avalanche that pretty much just switches 1 or 2 things and immediately goes at it.
Yeah, and that ability to switch comps and adjust to whatever situation you're facing is critical to winning in an environment like this, where you're not just playing one game. If you're able to adjust to whatever the opponents are doing, you have a far better chance of winning, because you can just go and counter what they're doing.
Yes, Radiance 9-0 so far in this tournament for a reason, as they look to go up in this series 2-1 with a win here at Clam Blitz Triggerfish. And we do see the Tintabrella coming back out again.
There's a on the other side to counter it,
as well as a Grim Range Blaster, an interesting pick from Radiance.
We'll see how that plays out. They're going to go ahead and take that elbow right off the bat and try to move from there. So far, so good with that pair up. Sniper does... No, that's actually the tent that goes down. And Grim is going to move way up here.
Yeah, moving way up. Oh, and is saved from having to fall into the water and dies with actual honor to the air there. Clan economy heavily in the favor right now of Radiance, and we did talk about Stingray. They do have Stingray in the form of a Splat Charger. However, 2 players immediately going down for Radiance, as Bubbles coming out for Avalanche. So this should be a pop, if not more out of that. If you keep in mind, Hoenn, the last time we saw Avalanche do Clam Blitz, they absolutely...
I was about to bring that up, yeah. Avalanche does really well with Clam Blitz. They know what they're doing for Clam Blitz, so this should be a good game.
Yeah, every time Avalanche has been streamed doing Clam Blitz in this tournament, it's ended in a KO for them. As they get the quick pop in the first minute and 30 seconds here, but don't get too many clams. In fact, they don't get any clams to follow up their pop with. And now momentum is on the side of Radiance, who is using bubbles combined with Stingray. That's going to be a very difficult push to stop.
Wow! By that snipe! What a snipe from the Bamboozler.
The bamboo shot through the bubbles around the tent umbrella to get the nice pick there that ends what would have been a good push for Radiance. A nice pick by Avalanche as they now look to get control of mid with the bamboo having missiles ready. However, 2 players going down for Avalanche and Radiance with a lot of clams to work with as they try once again to sneak in for a score.
And is the bamboo going to stop it this time? No, they are not. The bamboo instead goes down. Quite unfortunate. That was a close hit too. And it's going to mostly take down Radiance there and give momentum back to Avalanche, who's going to go ahead and push up. And and that got behind the sniper. Excuse me.
The sniper caught a little bit out of position. Probably didn't hear the call out from their teammate that the NZAP was right there. So control of mid going to Avalanche as they do have the clams ready. They do have the lead just because both pushes have been pretty weak. But here comes a heavy push. It's going to be difficult to stop the bleeding here if you're Radiance. As one more power clam's trying to come in, and there it goes underneath 40, and this push is still going to keep going.
532, it's still going. Here comes Custom with more clams, and he's going to get a few in and take the score down to 20. The last one up is Forge Pro, and he doesn't appear to be around here, so that's going to end the push. But what a push it was!
Yes, damage done against Radiance. But a lot of players did go down for the side of Avalanche if Radiance is able to kind of get control of mid there. And they do get the pick on the NZAP, and with the Ray coming out here, another player goes down. So Radiance putting themselves in position, but the bubble player dies before being able to open that tent and use bubbles. They're going to need that tent if they want to get a push going.
They're just going to have to shark around here and try to see what they can do in the interim, probably fall back. They do get that pick on the Forge who was pushed up, and they got the Inkjet going, so there is some here. They could do something here. It depends. Inkjet getting a nice pick there, but it's not looking to be enough. But here comes the bubbles now with a pair of power clams, and the power clams did not follow.
Yes, but the clan economy heavily in the favor of Radiance. However, that they're having a lot of difficulty keeping their Tenna player alive. It seems like every time Radiance is in a position to push, their Tenna player has bubbles ready and is ready to move, but just dies before anything can accumulate.
That shield. That is why you have that's why they have the bamboo on their comp. Just watch, see.
Just
right there. It's perfect example. Thank you.
And the Tenatech able to follow up with the kill on the player as well. This one should be going to overtime because there is a clam blitz on the side of Radiance, but they're going to need more than just one power clam to take a lead back here, and they're going to have to do something really quick because overtime.
Yeah, looks like someone's flanking in with 9 as well, so we may have a flank here. Yep, we have a flank in for the KO.
But no, this is Avalanche. That's good. Yes.
Yeah, that is the knockout.
And that was the last player
game.
That was the last player left alive too. So Radiance lets one player slip behind and end the game by popping the basket. A sneaky play there by Avalanche, who once again shown that Clam Blitz is their jam.
Oh, geez. Clam Blitz can be so difficult to play. Seeing someone play it so well, that's absolutely amazing. I could not be happier about that.
So the underdog Avalanche, who has lost in Swiss to Radiance, now up 2-1. And as you look at the maps that are remaining, if you're Avalanche, you got to be thinking, okay, Airwana Maw tower control, cool. But if we lose this one, we got Black Belly Skate Park around the corner. This is going to be a difficult set for Radiance to win at this point.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is.
But first, they're going to have to overcome tower control at Airwana Mall. That checkpoint down in the valley is really the key to winning this map. It's such a difficult checkpoint to get past. And what it's going to come down to is who can control their bridge, which is on the left side of your defending map, because that is the key area you got to control to make pushes happen here.
Yeah, if you can control that area on the enemy side when you're pushing forward, the enemies are pretty limited as to what they can do. And that can allow you to clear that key checkpoint, and that could be it. It really could.
So once again, Avalanche readied up extremely quickly. Radiance with more spending, electing to use the entire time here to try to figure out what it is they want to do. Maybe try to calm themselves down, because this is the first time in the entire tournament where they've been on the losing side, I believe, or with their backs kind of against the wall here. So we'll see how they respond as we head into Airwana Mall tower control.
Are we going to get a 52 deco here? I believe I heard a mention in chat. We are! The side of Avalanche, the 52 deco comes out right away, and we'll see how well that goes. We also got the bamboo out again. Nah, bamboo could work here.
Yeah, Archer with the remix here. It's going to come down to if Radiance can keep Archer alive, especially on that part of the map, which is so critical for getting pushes going on the side of Avalanche. As you see Archer trying to get a pick on the Forge and lock down this left side of the map while their teammates try to get control of the right side of the map where the bamboo is locking it down for the side of Avalanche.
And bamboo is going to have to fall back because of these missiles and counter missile onto the tower and into the middle zone along with the Booyah Bomb. Again, that bridge heavily contested. So,
yeah, Radiance has a good comp to defend pushes from. They got 2 Booyah Bombs, they got missiles which are going to force players off the tower. So if Radiance can find a way to get past that first checkpoint, but now they're going to have to play a little bit of defense here as the tower is getting pushed to their checkpoint.
it looks like they are going to make use of the fact that bridge has not been taken to defend here.
Yeah, Radiance
going to force the tower back. Avalanche needs to fall up, but they're just going to take that fall back anyways. It looks like they get a nice pick on that bamboozler there, but it's the Kensa going to survive this? No, they are not. But they do get 3. And maybe the wipe here? Yes, they do get the delayed wipe. So
yes,
this is going to be a big push. They have to go take bridge now.
And yeah, you see Custom immediately locking down the bridge and is able to throw bombs from that area. All players actually on the bridge for Avalanche. But the Booyah Bomb executed place. And since the bamboo was behind the wall, couldn't see the Booyah Bomb coming in. So lead will go to Radiance here. But if they want to really secure this lead, they need to find a way to get past this checkpoint. And with 2 players going down and another one jumping out, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But still lead, temporarily at least, going to Radiance as we cross the halfway point.
It's close. It's going to be close. I like that.
Avalanche now throwing specials into the side of Radiance's base as they look to get a push going here. But one player immediately going down with the T-Tech.
That's down. They're all gonna go up on that bridge. Most of them were at least. And here comes the Booyah Bomb on the bridge as they attempt to once again clear that checkpoint. Heavy moving up and getting that key pick there as they attempt to get them off window.
Oh yes, you see
heavy flank.
You see the heavy and the bamboo getting into a 1v1 battle for the bridge area over there. The bamboo going down, so here we go once again. Radiance gonna be approaching this checkpoint again. They already have lead, but if they can get past that second checkpoint, it's gonna make things so much less stressful for them in this last minute and 30 seconds. And it looks like they're gonna do just that without losing a single player.
Wow. And here comes the third checkpoint as well. Archer, just lots of pressure on that bamboo. keeping him from doing much of anything. The bamboo does go down. However, the tower does get stopped by Avalanche, who gets wiped. This is a major push. If this is not it, this is a major push.
Yes, and with 1 minute left to go here, Radiance trying to get past this final checkpoint. They're having difficulty doing so, but more importantly, they're just trying to bleed out the clock here, and they're keeping the tower on Avalanche's side of the map, so that's working out really well in their favor. There's just a lot of things Avalanche has to do to win this game, and right now it's getting tower back to mid, and they're having a lot of difficulty doing that, but they are getting some picks here finally. With 30 seconds left to go.
They just got to get these picks and get going. They've got 30 seconds to do it.
So there you go, the Bamboo and the Remix trading. But once again, Radiance has a lot of specials they can use to work with. They do have this is Avalanche that has the Booyah Bomb being used there, getting taken down with the Bamboo, the last player alive. It looks like this is going to be it.
This is gonna be it. Avalanche is gonna have to go to game 5, not 7. We're not quite to 7 yet. Game 5 to close this set out. Winner goes to grand finals. But to get there, we'll have to go through Blackbelly Skate Park.
Clam Blitz at Blackbelly Skate Park. So once again, if you're Avalanche, even though you didn't get a lot of skates,
but it's Clam Blitz on Blackbelly, so that's good for Avalanche based on how they've been doing.
Yes, I think they're fine with losing that tower control game, because as we've seen, this is the map, or at least this is the mode that they have been the most dominant on across both games that we've been streaming from them. So. But if you're Radiance and you got more weapons in your pocket that you can pull out here, let's see what kind of adjustments they're going to be making. Are they going to try to? We saw them use the Stingray scope last time, but that was on Camp Triggerfish. The Stingray might not work out too well here on Blackbelly, so they might bring out that Tenta again, combined with a more aggressive comp to try to match that of Avalanche's.
If Tents, I think they might go Bamboo and Tent again. That worked pretty well, and depending on Clam Blitz, it may still be wise to bring Tent in regardless. And again, you may have something more aggressive, not just Tent, even though it's Clam Blitz, just because of how Blackbelly Skate Park is with the ability to flank, the fact that it's not super closed in routes.
Yes. With this map, it can kind of come down to who can control the tower in middle the most. So that might play into a factor of what Radiance decides to use here as far as their comp wise. But with Avalanche, we pretty much know what they're going to do. They've already readied up. They know what they're going to do.
They're ready for this. They're ready.
They are. And I'm ready as well for the decisive Game 5. Winner moves on to Grand Finals. Loser gets to go down to the redemption bracket, which we will give you an update on after this match, I'm assuming. See how things are going there.
We'll be going to look at the losers finals, actually.
Did you say there was a DC? Okay. My sources are telling me that there was a DC on the side of Radiance, and yes, there was.
So they're just going to go ahead and do that, but actually, Avalanche did not go with the Tent or Bamboo, which is interesting.
My question to you is, Hoenn, they don't have to use the same weapons, do they? Since the game...
That depends. I didn't see the DC occur. Did that occur before it started? If it did start before...
It happened in the lobby. So, in theory, that could have been...
answers the question, because the differentiator, technically, according to the rules, is when battle time appears, weapons are same time. Okay. That's a tough call. Okay, give me a sec.
That's if Radiance didn't want to use K-Pro there. But obviously the advantage would be if they weren't going to use K-Pro, that they just kind of forced Avalanche to show their cards and kind of know what comp they were going to use and then adjust to it. But I mean, on the flip side, you should pretty much know what to expect from Avalanche anyways in that kind of situation.
We're gonna hold this for a sec while I go ahead and get a opinion on this to make sure. To see if they need to use the same weapons or gear, and so of course the disconnected player can rejoin.
While he's doing that, I'll give you guys a little update on the losers bracket. The Bunnies have beat Xanadu 2-1, and the West Broadway Grillers are currently tied with Symphony 1-1. This is round 4 of the losers bracket. So whoever between the Grillers and Symphony wins, they will play the Bunnies. In a game that we probably won't have time to get to. It might start before we get an opportunity to get into that one. After that, whoever wins between the Bunnies versus the winner of Grillers and Symphony will play the loser of this game you are about to watch in the losers finals, and we will be able to stream that one. And then of course the winner. Oh, yes. Hello.
It appears that I am remembering an older version of the rules. I did double check them. The rule nowadays is you can change weapons and gear as...
I don't know if you talked or not, but you kind of cut out there. Helen? There were no rules. We are live, right? Okay. Hoenn kind of disappeared there as he was explaining the rules.
We're so sorry for this. But I can't believe Hoenn's dead.
Okay, well the game is starting. So we're I guess we're just gonna go ahead and go here. And honestly, the player that joined was my B or the B. I honestly can't remember who the player that DC'd was. But what kind of weapons are we going to see coming out here? We see a slosher coming out of the K-Pro, so I'm assuming that is legal from their side, or Avalanche might not care because they're going to use this same comp anyways. So here we go. With about 10 seconds into the game, you see Archer popping armor here. And that's going to work out well with the Nautilus with the Inkjet. But with the armor coming out early, the Inkjet's not going to be ready as two players immediately go down for Radiance. Make that 3, although a trade does come out. So Avalanche here with 2 players left alive and a lot of clams between those 2 players. They just have to pass 1 clam to each other. They do manage to do just that. So with the power clam ready to go, but all the players with Radiance are now back in action and have an opportunity to defend their goal here as they do just that, taking out the NZAP.
Looks like that push did not end up working, unfortunately. Came back in just seeing it, unfortunately, be blocked. But that's excellent for Radiance. We'll see if Avalanche can do it again, and we'll see what Radiance is cooking up here.
It's 2 players going down for each side in this decisive game 5. Claim economy in the favor of Avalanche here, as you see Custom pushing up, trying to get into position to make a push happen, getting a kill on the NZAP. But now you see some flanks trying to go through mid here, but mid being locked down. Radiance doing a pretty good job of keeping this push out, or at least as long as they can.
They did a pretty good job, but here comes the bubbles. And a bunch of clams going straight in, down to 50 points. Took off half of that count, so not a bad push at all. Now this gives Radiance a chance to get in, and they're going to go straight for that basket.
Yeah, Radiance was keeping them delayed, but that delay only bought time for Avalanche to build up the specials they need. But now you see all 4 specials ready to go for Radiance, as we see Baller coming out from that Slosher Deco immediately gets popped, along with Ink Armor and Tinted Missiles, so the Inkjet last one being popped here now. All these specials coming out for Radiance, but that's
and they do get one pick with the Inkjet. The Inkjet does get a pick, then gets picked immediately after with the flank coming in the back to take out that Slosher. What an excellent play there by Avalanche.
Avalanche getting the wipe despite all 4 specials being popped at the same time by Radiance. Avalanche couldn't care less, and now they're getting ready to go in for their second push. This is the clan.
Bubbles out. Do they even have a power clam though? I do not think they have a power clam actually.
They do
No,
not.
they do now. Ooh, nice pick there. And they're going to go ahead and open the scoring on the second push, excuse me. And they get a wipe! I didn't even notice that. Taking it down to 31, 28, and counting. We need to get more clams here from mid. And quickly try to get back in there to keep that basket open. But they're going to have to back off.
A wise back off there by Jack, realizing they weren't going to get into the basket in time. So instead of just rushing in and died for nothing, it's decided to back off, and now they have another power claim ready to go, along with Bubbles at their disposal and another.
And there's the first pick, and they're going to go right in off of that. One pick and go is how they've been going, and it's worked. It does go down to that Slosher there by the Bubbles, but he does immediately get picked off as they go to score more points. 20,
power clams
16, 13, and counting. Only 13 points, only a few clams. But they do basically get wiped here. It's only the Forge Pro trying to buy time. That Forge Pro charged in.
That power clam jumped in and just barely missed. That would have ended the game for Avalanche right there, but instead this game will continue. However, Radiance with a huge mountain they got to climb with about 40 seconds left to go. They basically
get started.
88 points if they want to get the lead here.
They best get started if they want to have a shot here.
They need to get a lot of picks. They do have their specials once again. Ink Armor coming out, popped at the same time as Baller. So this Baller's not going to have Ink Armor to work with, even though they're in the middle of the fight
first score and a jump in for the second. The second was actually in the back, and that's going to go down for an effective wipe here with 8 seconds left. And don't think there's a power clam ready, so this looks like Avalanche is going to go to our grand finals.
So there we go. Avalanche surviving, using the power of Clam Blitz at their disposal to win. And as you said, move on to grand finals. Radiance, taking their first L of the entire tournament, will now be guaranteed a spot in losers finals. And Owen, it's good to have you back. Let me just say.
Thank you. I'm not sure what happened. Everything just stopped.
But there, basically, you were going to say that DC didn't affect the change because they used the Slosher instead of Cape Pro, I'm assuming.
I actually was just going to go ahead and say that the DC teams were allowed to change their gear because the DC rules changed a bit between this month and last month. I remember we corrected it. I just haven't had to apply them yet, so I don't have it memorized. But it's no longer the battle time alert because that's a bit ambiguous. It's now when it says go, when the timer starts ticking. At that point, the weapons and gear are locked.
Okay, so since they spawned only 3 players at the beginning,
they were allowed to change gear and weapons, and I did let them know, though I'm not sure if they took advantage of that. But we did what we could, and it is final.
So there you go. Well, it didn't affect Avalanche in the end. They won, so it worked out for them. We're going to take a break. Avalanche is going to sit tight in grand finals and wait for things to kind of clear out, and we are going to start giving you some loser final stuff. You are watching Low Ink in July. And we're back in Low Ink July. We're going to be bringing you some action from the losers bracket. We have a rematch from earlier in Top Cut of Xanadu and West Broadway Grillers. We actually streamed this one, Hoenn, before you hopped on. It was a 3-0 victory for the Grillers, but each game was close. So we'll see if Xanadu can get some revenge here. And I guess it is worth noting this is round 5, so this is the semifinals of the losers bracket. So we still got a lot of tournament left to go here.
Got another 3 to 4 sets to go. This will be a best of 3. And then in losers finals, it will once again be back to best of 5. And then grand finals and the bracket reset, if necessary, will be best of 7. So plenty of Splatoon to be had.
We're going to be going to Tower Control at Black Belly. Last time we saw these two teams play against each other, Sam for West Broadway Grillers was just lighting up Xanadu with the Splat Charger. And now that we're going to a Tower Control map, I think it's safe to assume we're going to see more Stingray action coming out from Sam there. With Xanadu, that anchorless comp, more aggression, might actually work to their favor here on this map where there's so many walls and stuff for them to hide.
Yeah, with that tower in the middle and all those big walls, it can be pretty tricky to make use of a sniper or anything like that. So aggression could actually work really well here, especially considering the meta is shifting away from backlines with all that ink armor.
All of that ink armor. And so we're just waiting for these teams to ready up. It is worth noting that this is a best of 3. Since this is a losers bracket, we want to get these matches over with as quickly as possible. So the first team to win 2 will advance to losers finals to take on Radiance, who you just saw lose in the winners finals 3-2 in a very close set.
We're gonna have a replay. Radiance against Avalanche again.
Not if Xanadu or the Grillers have anything to say about it.
That's for sure.
So here we go.
Here we go. And we're synced up.
Whoa! It is an X-Splash coming out from Xanadu. That is not expected from them. The Tri-Slosher.
We got the double N-Zap.
Yes, the double inzap coming out from the Grillers, so they're going armor heavy, combined with that Booyah Bomb and Stingray. So some comps we weren't expecting from both teams coming out here heavy, as we're assuming Leo's just going to try to take control of that tower there with the X-Block, but ultimately goes down.
Yeah, nicely placed bomb there. Just takes down the Explosher easily. And West Broadway Grillers is going to sneak a lead out, a very small and early lead as they jump off tower to get to a safe position. And that Booyah Bomb getting stuck under the tower, but still having effect there, thankfully. I did not expect that.
Yes, Jim, one of the older members on this West Broadway Grillers team, a big mainstay for them in the Slayer department here, using the only weapon that is considered a true Slayer, but has plenty of weapons that can paint and give armor for Jim to kind of work with here. However, you see Xanadu pushing up way far. You see Tetra Leke Sky getting all the way up into the Griller's base, keeping the fight away from the tower. But Xanadu's not able to get past the checkpoint, at least not initially. They'll take a second stab at it right here. But the T-Tech and Slosher going down.
This is going to be...
Grillers holding on.
Grillers are going to go ahead and get started with this, but that Explosher is going to do some damage there and keep holding things out for Xanadu, and that flank's not going to do much either.
The X-Splosh with 5 KA already. I'm assuming most of those are going to be assists. This is a good X-Splosh map if you're going to do it for something like zones. As you see Sam getting another nice pick there from around the corner.
Beautiful.
But this initial push here coming out from Xanadu, once again getting stalled. And the Grillers do have Stingray ready to go if Xanadu were to try another push again.
And Xanadu's going to go ahead and get that nice pick from the Explosher. Actually, I think the Explosher, you mentioned more assists. I think it's more kills than assists at this point.
Just a nice kill from that baller. The slowest baller in the game since the patch came out and changed the baller speed to match that of the heaviness of your weapon. But yeah, if you can get that X-Splash to kind of hold down mid, it can be difficult for the Grillers to get stuff going unless Sam with the charger can pick them off.
This game so far basically locked down around the 85 mark. Quite a mark to be locked down at, but it's happening right now. West Broadway Griller is going to go ahead and break that and move into the 70s and back around that first checkpoint, which is very difficult for them to break, and off into the alley.
Yes, it was very back and forth. Neither team fully getting wiped until Xanadu finally got wiped right there, and that blows the door open for the Grillers to clear 2 checkpoints, and that's going to be huge for them now.
Indeed, what a push. That sniper did jump out, which was the right call at that point. And Xanadu has their chance to start pushing now that they've cleaned up. And they're going to Frosh getting into position to get ready for this late push, or flank as of this time, more like it.
Once again, Xanadu can't get past this first checkpoint. They were trying to do just that, but it's hard to do that with the raid coming out and no players dead for the side of the Grillers. But now the K-Pro going down. If Ninja can stay alive with this Inzap, they do at least initially enough to pop armor here. And a second armor coming out just immediately, and that's enough for Ninja to escape. So with about 40 seconds left to go here, Xanadu once again can't find an opportunity to get a push as they try right now.
And that's going to go ahead and take out Ninja there, and Xanadu is going to try to move up against West Broadway Grillers here. They're pretty back and forth right now. There's another pick. So this may be the start of something. Just going to chase down that sniper. Excellent move there. Get the backline out. And it looks like they're going to start their last chance push here. And it might actually This is looking promising.
But the last player alive is the Stingray, and the Stingray is firing now. But with no players alive to get onto the tower for
They got on the tower.
Stingray is not going to be effective. So Xanadu's going to able to
They get
hold on
to take the lead at the very end.
the Stingray
West
coming
Broadway
out.
Grillers get locked out at the very end and lose game 1 as a result.
The GG Ray is not as effective when you have 0 teammates alive that can actually hop on the tower while you're raying it. So Xanadu just had to avoid the ray just long enough to coast past that second checkpoint and claim the lead. So there you go. Xanadu, who lost to the Grillers 0-3 in winners bracket, is now 1 win away from beating them here in losers. As we move on to Rainmaker at Skipper Pavilion, the mode that you would imagine favors Xanadu's comp much more than it does for the Grillers.
Yeah, looking at what happened in the last Rainmaker, this should be an interesting match. Obviously, it's very easy to lock out in this map mode combo, but we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, we saw them play Rainmaker at Fitness, these two teams, and it was a back and forth game. One of the better games we've seen on stream this tournament, with the lead just seesawing back and forth between both teams before it eventually landed on the Grillers side. But now the Grillers 1 game away from being eliminated from this tournament. This is a team that usually finishes around 3rd or 4th every single time they make top cut here, and they're one match away from doing that again. Xanadu, though, this would be one of the best finishes. Well, this would be the best finish they've ever had in this tournament. So, a lot on the line here for both these teams.
Absolutely. So we're gonna head right into it, and there is the sniper on the side of West Broadway Grillers, and Xanadu again with that more aggressive comp. They did bring out the bamboo, which you could in theory call it that, but
Yeah, Leo with the bamboo, who does just immediately get go down. How did Sam get that second kill there? He must have.
I did not see it. I'm just wondering what. Oh, they'll take it. They'll take it.
But can they get any
Free kill.
It looks like no. Leke Sky coming in with the Tetras, able to get a few picks there, but does go down himself. So the Grillers jumping back in, trying to turn this this map control they currently have into a push. But it's going to be difficult to do. Oh, well, actually, just got a nice double there from the CDS player, Ninja. Oh, and the Tetris, the last.
They're gonna go straight up. They're gonna go straight up.
This is a huge chunk of points coming early.
29 and counting. Another pick. Another pick. Are they gonna knock it out? They knock it out on the first push of the game, or well, the second, but still.
And just like that, it all unravels so quickly. That game went from 0 to 100 in a matter of about 10 seconds. And Xanadu kind of wondering, how did that go wrong so quickly? But they're going to have to reconnect themselves quickly, because we're going into a decisive Game 3. Winner moves on to the losers finals, and loser gets to start their Sunday evening early. Oh, and they get to do it on Clan Blitz Kelp Dome. Oh, gosh.
Oh, boy. We don't have Avalanche playing. I was looking forward to that. I love seeing them play Clan Blitz at this point.
So Clan Blitz
so
on this
beautiful.
map,
It's played well.
it can be... It comes down to how well you watch your flanks. That grate leads directly to your back door. There's 2 ways into your base that the enemy can come from if they want to score. So it's going to come down to who has the better call-outs to identify where the flanks are coming from, and who can respond to those call-outs better. Again, you would think just comp-wise that maybe Xanadu has the faster comp they can use to respond to that, but the Grillers have been showing that their more traditional kind of comp that they're using has just been working out better for them.
If last game's any sort of indication, then yeah, the Grillers can definitely be fast themselves. They just have to effectively make those picks.
and the Grillers taking their time, deciding the weapons that they want to come out with here. I think with Xanadu, we'll probably see the MK3 bamboo. Leo has been known to use the bamboozler and use it very well. But the last time these two teams played on Clan Blitz, they had a lot of difficulty getting specials off. So we'll see if that kind of adjustment will be made here in a winner-takes-all, in this set at least, Clan Blitz Kelp Dome game.
Let's get to it, and Xanadu coming out with their own bamboozler this time, actually.
Yes, with that MK3. And again, a little bit more of a quote-unquote traditional
Way
comp.
to counter a tent that did not show up. Looks like
a lot of blood being spilled early on there by both teams. As everybody just rushes to mid and a giant battle breaks out. The Griller's gonna get the pop though.
Do they have any backup? They have a Booyah Bomb. Doesn't look like the Grillers are ready though.
Unless there's something coming from back door. They are finding ways. Oh, are they scoring from mid? They are.
Oh my goodness.
They're doing the cheesy strat of scoring
Oh my
from
goodness.
mid.
That's beautiful.
Which,
That's beautiful. Xanadu trying to get ready for that big push, and they just, hey, let's score from mid. They're going right for the, they were not ready for Frost, but they adjusted.
that's what's kind of scary about this map. As long as the basket is open, there's so many different ways you can get clams in from, especially from the middle there. You can't get a power clam in from middle, but you can get those smaller ones in. As you see a lot of specials coming out from Xanadu as they try to stop this second push that's coming out from the Grillers. But the Grillers are not going away, and in fact getting the picks that they need. They're going to keep this second push here going, and they're going to do a lot of damage here.
Grillers down to 40 and counting rapidly as they continue to put clams in, getting close to a knockout here to send themselves to the losers final, but Xanadu is going to go ahead and block, but they're going for the cheese!
Oh, he did
They
it!
got
More
cheese.
opportunity. You got to throw it at just the right kind of arc there and just minute, but still damage done nonetheless. But the Grillers, as they got a huge commanding lead in the first 2 minutes. And Xanadu with more players going down, you see Cookie advancing. Canceling the splashdown as it lands, and while the suction bomb gets another pick away as well.
Play, and the penalty's down to 9. That was, wow.
Grillers just absolutely flexing their muscle right now. With their backs against the wall, they came out strong in the Rainmaker match, and now they're threatening to KO Xanadu right here slowly in this Clan Blitz game. As you see, K Sky, who's going to need to get a lot more picks like that, especially now that
Xanadu got 2, but now Broadway Grillers get 3, and the tables have turned just that quickly. Nicely placed suction bomb there, taking one out, and going to slow down Grillers' attempts to KO here. But Xanadu has to be ready. Xanadu has to get ready to recover if they don't want the Grillers to advance.
Yeah, Xanadu's is having a lot of issue getting comfortable and establishing anything. You see hardly any specials coming out on their side. But you see the K shot for the Grillers just lighting up Xanadu as they have an opportunity to get something going here. They do have some specials. They do have some clams built up. They need to get some picks. There is a trade there. Leo gets a kill. However, Xanadu loses their T-Tech as well, or their K-Shot, and K Sky with the Tetris goes down. So Leo,
looks like Grillers are just going to go ahead and push straight into mid and overwhelm Xanadu as they attempt to recover and regroup back in court.
Yes, and it looks like one player is going to be, yes, it's K Sky getting a huge double there.
And the bubbles come out.
That's the kind of play Xanadu's going to need to make if they want to win this game. A nice flank there by K Sky with the Tetras. Can Leo find a way to get in here as the Grillers are starting to respawn? And they need to find ways to get more picks as bubbles are coming out here.
Bubbles are going to help a lot, and they do get their first score of the game, opening the scoring for Xanadu here in Game 3. West Broadway Grillers, though, ready and attempting to hold. The heavy moves too far up and gets punished there. And the barrier goes up with a total score of 77.
With about 25 seconds left to go here. Xanadu's going to have to find a way to get a lot of picks and a lot of kills all at the same time. It's a tall order for any team to accomplish. So you see
They
Leo
have
there
to.
getting the pick they need, and they do have some specials ready. So they should, or I shouldn't say should, but they do have an opportunity to slide
And
in.
they
However,
multiple down at the end.
Cookie getting more kills, looking to finish with 20 KA in this match. Lake Sky finding a way. Can they get that power clam in there? Look, trying to clear out. This Booyah Bomb's going to be coming in. A jump's going to be coming in with a power clam, but
The clam scores. Xanadu has to finish this game off, but they have only one up, and he's in the corner, and he's down. That is going to be game for West Broadway Grillers.
What a game by the Grillers. Being down 0-1 in 2 elimination games, flipped the switch and absolutely dominated these last 2. Look at the KAs here when they pop up. Cookie with 21. 23 actually.
23. Oh, that's a
Wow.
lot.
Cookie baking up Xanadu and just absolutely dominating that match. What a performance by Cookie and the Grillers as a whole there. My goodness.
Oh boy, so that was losers round 5. So now we will get ready for losers round 6 in just a little bit here. And that will be West Broadway Grillers up against, there's too many R teams.
It's Radiance.
Radiance, yes, thank you.
Are we going to take a break or are we just going to keep on going? I mean, it's just a matter of Radiance joining the room at this point.
We could probably take a few minutes.
Let's do it then. We will be back shortly with Losers Finals. You are watching Low Ink in July.
Doki.
And welcome back to Losers Finals. West Broadway Grillers versus Radiance. This is a rematch of the winners semifinals, where Radiance won 3-2. So some very close. I didn't see anything from that set, and I don't even remember what maps were played in the semifinals. But obviously a close one if it came all the way to a game 5. But this time it'd only go down to 3 games. So
Actually, it's 5 games for losers finals.
it's 5. Oh, you're right. 5 for losers finals here. I guess I should actually look at the thing. Okay. Let's see a repeat. Let's see it go back to 5 as well. Let's see these two teams go at it.
And then directly after this, we have our grand finals coming up. So one of these two teams will get to play for the $40 prize and the prestigious right of being banned from the lane.
And the loser will redeem literally nothing. So we got Splat Zones at Arowana Mall. Let's Radiance, if I can remember, had the ability to do anchor and anchorless if need be. West Broadway Grillers have been riding on Sam's ability to use the splatter scope, and I guess when Cookie decides to flip the switch and absolutely murder people, as we saw with 23 KA in that last game. With this map and mode in particular, though, I don't think we'll see any beacons come out from either team, but beacons can be very helpful in a map as long as this one.
They absolutely can. Beacons can be devastating, especially, like you said, it's very long, but in general, beacons can be devastating if they're ignored, and just a pain to remove otherwise. Comes the E-Leader and the Custom Hydra. So both teams going for a backliner.
And that is the
and both teams going with armor, double armor, in fact, on the side of Radiance.
and that is the Ink Mine E-Leader for the Grillers instead of the Beacon one. But with Rain as well. Rain obviously helping out with the E-Leader a lot more. As you see Jim trying to approach that Hydra.
And he gets them in the water!
I don't know if that counts as a trade or not, but it ultimately the result is the same.
They have my blessing account.
Jim kind of scaring the Hydra into the water there after the Hydra able to get the easy pick. But the Grillers do have control of the zone going off in the beginning here. And looking to hold on to it for a little bit longer as the rain comes out over the zone, Hohen.
And it looks like that Radiance is going to take a key loss there. So Broadway Grillers. Ooh! Sam on point there. That flank is not going to work. And here comes another one. He's going to do it again. Unfortunately. But the Ink Mine gets him.
Did Sam even know that Soda was there? It looks like he just popped around the corner and just shot a guy in the face on accident. But looks like
on accident.
locking down that alleyway as they kept sending player after player. When Sam got down, Cookie just kind of held it down in their place. So
more focus on the Grillers murdering people in the hallway than the count, and I didn't know it was ending.
It was.
Grillers takes the first game of this best of 5.
You know, since losing that game, tower control at Black Belly, the Grillers have just flipped a switch, and they've been pretty dominant there. Now, I wonder if Radiance is coming off of a little bit of rust, maybe, after waiting about 30 minutes or so for this last set to finish up there. The Grillers are coming in with a lot of momentum right now, as we now switch to Clam Blitz at Camp Triggerfish, which, if you recall, Hohen, the last time we saw Radiance on this map and mode, they had a very difficult time keeping Avalanche, their opponent, out of their own base there.
Yeah, that's probably in part on Radiance, but I would definitely give some credit to who they were playing, considering that Avalanche just plays Clam Blitz so well. So maybe it'll be different. Maybe they aren't as bad as Clam Blitz as we may imply from that. But if it is because of that, they will definitely need to improve that, and I think they'll be like, hey guys, we did this wrong when we played against Avalanche on this, so we need to improve that. They might be talking about that right now. I would hope they're having some kind of strategy talk right now.
They definitely need to find a way to regroup, and they need to find a way to win this game. They can't go down 0-2 against the Grillers, because the Grillers just have too much momentum going on, pushing them through the set right now, and they're just playing extremely hot. So Radiance is going to need to come out quickly and establish the tone very early on here if they want to find a way to win this game at Camp Triggerfish Clan Blitz.
They can do that. They can definitely take this game. And here we go. We got the Jet Squelcher, and then we got the Tent and Bamboo on the opposite side. Not really much on the backline front, just a custom jet.
If you recall, this is basically the same comp Radiance used last time. The only difference is they, instead of a Stingray splatter scope, they're going with the Bamboo. So that C-Jet for the Grillers is going to be the longest range weapon in the game, but I believe Sam has tenacity on, so the idea there is to just be a race spam. As 2 players, well, 3 players now going down for the Grillers.
Looks like that Radiance was ready for a tent this time by bringing out that Bamboo. Remember that the tent in that last game that they played here was completely blocked by that Bamboozler, so it seems to be having a lot more effect now that it's not being destroyed by a Bamboozler.
Yeah, Radiance able to get the first opening push here, and that's exactly what they need to do. They needed to come out quick and try to find a way to slow down these Grillers immediately as the first minute goes by.
Grillers pushing in on all sides though, so Archer's gonna have to be ready for that along with the rest of his team.
Stingray, Baller, and missiles going off. Oh, Archer! They need a nice pick before Sam can fire off the Stingray. And firing off missiles as well, so that's going to do a lot to create an opportunity for Radiance to...
It goes right off.
There it is.
How many I fell down calls do you think we've had so far?
It's well, to be fair, it's easy to do on this map, especially with dualies. Sometimes you forget what's right behind you there. Radiance able to hold mid with the help of that unfortunate fall off from the CDS there. Oh, and you see a flank coming across here from the from the Brella, but nobody with the Brella to kind of support them.
And that Brella is going to go down easily to that Ink Rush. Ink Rush coming in to clean up and assist in trying to block this push from Radiance. They do fail to do that, but they're going to go ahead and move up and try to get the Radiance, their Bamboozler, out. And they do. That's quite a zigzag. That's very good.
Yes, Cookie is known very well for their annoying brush play, and you're seeing this coming into effect here. I'm surprised it took us this long into the tournament to actually see Cookie on brush, but you see them just absolutely manhandling their way into the Radiance base. But
it's my base. Get out.
But with all of that distraction and bloodshed that Cookie was providing there, the Grillers redeem literally nothing, and their push ends just like that.
Quite unfortunate. Yeah, Cookie was able to get all the picks, but the rest of the Grillers were not able to capitalize.
Oh, actually,
Archer
might have scored during that chaos. That's why they're... but 2 players going down for the Grillers there, Helen.
Absolutely, that's not good. Archer with that pick on the brush in the corner, and Radiance is going to go ahead and push up and score. Even with that Stingray out. Not having a Bamboozler or something to counter that tent is really hurting the Grillers.
Yes, but they were able to get the wipe, so even though Radiance did score there, they give up the entire map to the Grillers, and with 1 player, that tent going down, man, that tent just has a hard time staying alive in key moments for Radiance on this map and mode for whatever reason. But 2 players going down for the Grillers, they do find a back doorway to pop open the basket there, but with nobody in sight. Actually, that was the last person with Flam, so the push ends with about a minute left to go. Radiance with the lead.
Yeah, quite unfortunate that They lost an engagement with the T-Tech, and that unfortunately took away a large number of clamps. If they had won that engagement, this would be a very different story.
The Brella providing a nice distraction there as Toxic starts to get flanked through mid. And now the bubble's coming out. Anytime Toxic pokes their head around the corner there's some sort of monster just staring them down as Radiance keeps the Grillers backed off into their base. And I don't know where Cookie is, but Cookie is obviously getting a lot of damage done. That's going to be the key for the Grillers.
2 down, 3 down. They're going to have to go.
Oh, but Cookie gets picked off there, jumping right in front of Toxic.
The tent gets picked.
And Stingray's coming out. If Toxic fires the rain here,
Another pick.
Do have a power clamp, and actually they don't have to do too much if they can just pop it here. 2 players going down.
So the Bamboo gets the pick. They get the score, and that opens the basket for this final push. They have very few.
Oh! What happened there?
I don't know.
It said
We lost the
one.
lead.
No, it threw.
It swapped on us. It swapped perspectives and like, excuse me, the Grillers scored and lost the lead?
I was so confused because it said in the Grillers ink color that you lost the lead, and I was like, wait a minute, they were losing. How could they lose the lead?
That makes no sense, but the Grillers have come back here at the end.
Cookie with the brush, 19 KAs, so big for the Grillers there, and man, that is so heartbreaking for Radiance. As now we see Radiance doing a bit of a sub. We see Jello coming in. I don't know who they replaced here, but Radiance having to pull. They're gonna have to find something here. That's a tough one to come back from. You had the Grillers beat. Even the game thought they won.
Even the game thought they won, yeah.
Oh man, so now we're going to the hotel tower control, and if you're the Grillers, you're on a 4-game winning streak. You just won an epic game in overtime, and now you're on a map and mode where Sam has just been eating people alive. You got Cookie firing at all cylinders. The Grillers are going to be a tough team to beat here.
This may be their month. They're in position. It's all about that momentum, and they have the momentum. This may be their month. All depends on if Avalanche can hold their momentum as well.
And it all depends on why Radiance decided to pull a sub in here. I wonder if they're bringing in somebody just for this specific map and mode, or if they just have somebody who they feel like is going to perform better than whoever they replaced.
Maybe it's someone with good morale, someone who will keep the team hyped and going and keep them pushing. You know, it might be as simple as that.
Yes. Sometimes bringing in just a new voice into your VC after things have been starting to fall apart can do a lot to help you as well. So, if you're the Grillers, you want to see what this Jello person can bring out and what they do. But Radiance now came in, who was once 9-0 across both days, is now. Oh, we got a DC, right? Okay, now look, it happened at the spawn, so this doesn't. This
will not count. The match can be replayed with new gear. I'm good.
And that is Toxic from the side of the Grillers that DC'd.
Grillers are going to go ahead and mess around.
You see Cookie
going for
dancing
the epic.
around a watch, make sure you don't slip sign. Obviously trying to find a way to slip on that sign. Cookie accidentally falls off the side of the map, so that's unfortunate for them. As you see Radiance clearing this second checkpoint uncontested. Jim looks to be trying to find a way. He's trying to earn their trust, it looks like. Going over to befriend them, possibly with a peace offering of some sort. It doesn't seem to be working as Radiance is still staying on the tower, riding it over. However, the Bamboozler is going out, possibly to have a conversation with Jim. A ray spam going out, now missiles, and Radiance is going to get the win here.
What intense matchup. Not really. Let's try that again.
Poor Jim's peace offering was denied by Radiance. But life goes on.
Life goes.
Jello, the sub, coming in and getting the one pick that they needed, as well as popping off Ink Armor. So that might work out in their favor. Actually, that wasn't Toxic. That was
Ninja.
Ninja. Well, Toxic was playing earlier, see? Or was that Ninja the whole time? I can't remember.
Looks like Booty Seed at least.
Whoever, the Grillers are now back at full force. And now, since the DC happened before the game said, let's go, if both teams wanted to trade weapons, they could.
We'll see if they make use of that. It looks like they might be.
Radiance is already readied up, but the Grillers have not done that just yet. I didn't really look at the Grillers comp that they had even with the DC to see if it looked like something that might have been intentional as far as like a comp they actually wanted to use, or just couldn't get off because of the DC or whatever. But everybody's readied up, so we are going to go ahead and get going.
And this time for real, Tower Control and Albacore. There will be no peace offerings. Coming out with the Rapid, pretty popular choice on this map. On the side
and that is a big weapon change, because Cookie did ready up with the brush. So instead, deciding to go with the Rapid Blaster, which is a really good pick for this map. I'd say as Cookie immediately goes down to the splatter scope there. Oh, and 2 players go down actually for the Grillers.
And they're gonna go ahead, and looks like Radiance is just biding their time right now. It's moving slow but steady. Neither team having touched the tower yet. 30 seconds in. And now Radiance is going to take that first touch and then immediately lose it.
Oh, Sam going down for the Grillers. A nice shot. The splatter scope for the side of Radiance has been keeping control of things in the early goings here, as 2 players immediately go down. Make that
3 down, and they see the 4th, and he does get the jump though. But still, big push time for Radiance. They're going to go ahead and move up, while Archer's going to send out that Inkstorm and flank around to get the Grillers' attention. Eyes off the tower on him is an advantage for them.
2 more players going down, unless they can find a way to get a little pick on the tower, but nobody's even close to the tower for the side of the Grillers, so Radiance clears that first checkpoint with ease, and that's a very difficult checkpoint to get a pass, so to clear it this early in the game is going to be huge for Radiance.
And Cookie's just going to get flanked right here, but they are actually going to... never mind, 10 to mass files. Commentators curse.
But the push, regardless, the push does end for Radiance. As you see, Sam is now in the position that Sam wants to be in, which is right in the middle of the map, and expose the long range that they have. Hopping on tower, trying to find a pick or 2.
They're going to get rushed right here, though. They're going to have to jump. And they do not get that jump out before getting picked off by Radiance. Cookie by tower, aggressive, and the baller comes out. And they're just going to save it there and just allow their team to jump in. And they get a nice pick directly after that.
Yeah, that last push by the Grillers was a little bit rushed. There was nobody dead on the side of Radiance, but now this time around, 2 players going down for Radiance, and Sam key kill on the opposing charger, and Archer down as well. That's going to give this checkpoint to the Grillers, and possibly the lead here, as only 2 players are left alive.
Gonna run around the back up to the box and have to contend with the Grillers pressuring them too. It looks like the lead's been taken by the Grillers at 40 and counting. Beam off in the corner, getting ready for the tower to show up, but Cookie ready for them with the baller, calling for help. Gets the pick at close range. That is not easy to do. 2 picks!
My goodness. And Cookie trying to find a way to stay on this tower here to get past that third checkpoint. It looks like they will be able to clear it, and they do. So the Gorillers now trying to put this game away with only 3 remaining.
It's over. The Grillers are going to the grand finals for, I think, the first time in multiple months of playing.
Correct.
So many third place appearances. They have successfully gotten out of that. It's first or second.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but now they're going into grand finals, taking on Avalanche, who's had to wait for about an hour now with all this momentum, a 5-game winning streak for the Grillers, and we are going to be heading into a grand finals, and they're going to need to keep that streak going, because if they want to win, they're going to have to force a bracket reset. But who knows, this might be the Grillers' time to finally get banned from Low Ink. But we'll find out starting soon. After a quick break, we're going to come back with the grand finals of this entire tournament. You are watching Low Ink in July.
And welcome to the grand finals of Low Ink July 2020. The big event that everyone's been waiting for. We have the West Broadway Grillers, a longtime team that has been getting a lot of third place appearances, fourth place, but has not yet gotten to the grand finals. This will be their first appearance. Up against Avalanche, a team that has come back from some tough situations. They deserve to be here just as much as anyone else.
In order for the Grillers to win this one, they're going to have to force a bracket reset, win a best of 7. So they're going to have to win 4 games against Avalanche. Of course, Clan Blitz has been the mode that has been working out so heavily into Avalanche's favor. But this first game here is going to be Rainmaker at Hotel. So what we're going to see is the momentum that the Grillers have had in the losers bracket, winning 5 straight games in dominating and comeback fashion. Can the Avalanche, who's been sitting and waiting for about an hour now, can they find a way to come out hot and match the enthusiasm that the Grillers are going to bring out in this first game?
We'll have to see what they're doing. It looks like Cookie is thinking about what exactly they want to bring. Not sure if they're going to bring Brush or if they're going to go T-Tech, K-Shot, something like that. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be aggressive. I would hope it is.
Yes, it is. It's going to have to be to match the aggression that Avalanche has been pulling out this entire tournament, going anchorless. And we see Cookie coming out with the in-zap, and no surprises coming out from Avalanche, even though it says Radiance and Griller still on the screen.
That'll be updated momentarily.
And the H3, now if you're just now joining in, this vanilla H3 is something we've been seeing a lot out of Avalanche at this point. Switching between that, using the vanilla H3 whenever they use NZAP, opting not to go for double armor, but instead use point sensors and missiles here, as 2 players immediately go down for each side.
Looks like both sides are pretty evenly matched so far. Neither side picking up the Rainmaker, neither side making any major mistakes. We'll have to see what happens here, but it should be an interesting match if it's so close like this. That point sensor marking the CDS off in the corner, make it easier for Avalanche to see what's going on.
Yeah, neither team, even though we had a lot of fireworks in the beginning there, neither team opting to pick up the Rainmaker, as Avalanche is the first to do so 1 minute into the match as they try to take it along the right side. But a nice pick coming out there from the side of the Grillers to shut that push down before any damage is done. 1 player left alive for Avalanche, the Forge, as they use the bubbles there to kind of back the Grillers up. But they do have Stingray ready. Oh, but
nice trade. That patience paid off. That patient shot from the sniper, while it was a trade, it did do far more than just hitting that bubble.
You see Cookie getting into a 1v1 with a vanilla H3.
And he wins.
So that will give the lead to the Grillers, although there wasn't much of a lead to get. The real question is, can they get more out of this? And they will not, with the CDS dying immediately very close, and Cookie going down as well in the NZAP.
Looks like they're going to make pop, or not anymore, actually. They almost had that pop. So this looks like it's going to go ahead and go back into the favor of Avalanche here, maybe?
They can play to pop it. You see Sam with the vanilla charger there, holding down Stingray, just keeping an eye on the Rainmaker as 2 players go down for Avalanche. Oh, and almost 3, but the H3 getting a huge pick on Cookie there, but lose the side of the Rainmaker. The
Rainmaker's going 50s.
So
54.
A sneaky play by Sam there, getting the Rainmaker behind everybody. And with Sam being the last player alive, that is a delayed wipe, but still damage done by the Grillers, as they are worth it. A lot of points there.
It was worth it. And now the Inkjet and the bubbles come out on the side of Avalanche as they... Nice pick there with the bubble, seeing that flank. Another nice pick from Avalanche, and the lead is up to 30 and counting, and they get up to 18. A strong lead that the Grillers are going to have to overcome here. Yes. If they want to take home the gold today.
That is a hard lead to overcome on this map, especially with the route they took, because in order to get the lead, they're going to have to run the Rainmaker up that uninkable slope there, unless they try to go backdoor on the deep right side. But regardless, in order for any of this to happen, the Grillers are going to need to start getting a lot more picks than what they have been getting. And that's not the case since 2 players immediately go down for them, including the Rainmaker going overboard.
Rainmaker, it was opted to be reset there, and Avalanche will get ready to push up left side. It looks like this push, the armor helped so far, but it doesn't appear to going to be doing much in the end. They do get 1 pick off of that jet and put a lot of pressure up. Custom having to back off from that absolute barrage, and they get 2 more as Avalanche gets ready to push with 48 seconds left.
Oh, and Sam, the last player alive, it kind of happened away from what we were spectating, able to get a nice pick on the Rainmaker there. It looked like Avalanche was in position to add to their already really huge lead for this map and mode. But regardless of if they get the KO here or not, putting the Rainmaker on the Griller side of the map, which is what they're doing. And okay, so yeah, they're not trying to add to their lead right here. They're just trying to stall and waste a little bit more time and get more map on the side of the Grillers here. Is they're just trying to get everybody out of their side of the base, but they're running out of time, Hohen.
Grillers go ahead and grab that Rainmaker, start their overtime push, their final chance they have until the Rainmaker hits to get enough points to win. And of course, they had the ever-present worry of that Rainmaker being splattered beginning to end defeat. That Forge goes down, nice pick there. Rainmaker under fire from that flank.
Yeah,
and they do detect it and block it, but 30 seconds left on that Rainmaker. Custom staying alive, which is critical. Multiple people going for that Rainmaker. The Inkjet coming out on that Rainmaker, and they do get that pick. So Avalanche will take the first of 4 games they need to win the tournament.
So there you go. They stop the momentum of the Grillers right in their tracks and win the first game. And if you look at the KAs, you would assume this game wasn't even close at all. A very heavily favored in the kill department for the side of Avalanche there, as the Grillers going to have to go back to the chalkboard to figure out a way to chalk off some more kills, especially with Clamblitz games coming up down the pipe. But for now, we're going to be going to tower control at Muscleforge Fitness.
Yes, tower control on Muscleforge. Not sure how people feel about that map.
Well, for the mode in general,
at least.
We've been seeing, for the games we've seen so far on stream, the slower mode of tower control has been a bit of the Achilles heel for Avalanche up to this point, whereas the Grillers have been very, very dominant on the tower control games we've seen. So the Grillers have a good opportunity to even up this series here with this map and mode, and they're going to need to do that with the Clamblitz game coming right around the corner, which is Avalanche has been absolutely crushing it on so far in this tournament.
Absolutely. Give me one moment.
So we're just waiting for the players to ready up here. Avalanche hasn't been changing up their comp too much. It's just a matter of if they're going to use the Kenta 52 and the H3D or the NZAP and the vanilla H3. As far as the Grillers, though, a little bit more versatility, but they are sticking with the E leader this time around, as well as the keeping Cookie on NZAP and Jim on the K Pro. But nothing really, I don't think any weapon change at all for the side of Avalanche here from the last game.
Pretty safe picks overall. Looks like we'll see how effective that E leader is. It can be, but it depends on if it gets rushed down at the lot or not. West Broadway Grillers trying to start a push here, not really getting much done so far. And they're gonna go ahead and have Avalanche start to take mid here.
Yes, 2 players going down for the side of the Grillers as you see the H3 hopping onto the tower, approaching this first checkpoint, which can be difficult to get past, but they do have the bubbles in front of them and the player advantage. So this first checkpoint should fall pretty quickly for Avalanche here, as it does, with 2 players left alive on each side.
2v2, it's fairly even. But we'll have to see what happens.
Armor getting popped here for the side of Avalanche, and armor coming back out as well for the Grillers as both teams trying to get control of mid here. 2 players going down for the side of Avalanche. The Grillers might be in position to get their first push going here and try to get past this first checkpoint as well, but they're going to need the players to push up, and these missiles are kind of keeping them from doing just that as Sam goes down.
Custom hits a pair of picks here, taking down the Grillers.
Cookie, the last one alive with N-Zap. Oh, and Cookie does go down, so that's a bit of a delayed wipe. And Avalanche here is going to try to get past the second checkpoint, but an unfortunate splat bomb getting caught in their own ink. So the Grillers now in control of this momentum with all their players left alive, and no real specials ready to be coming out from Avalanche to stop this first checkpoint.
And Grillers are going to probably take this first checkpoint if Custom doesn't have anything to say about it.
Yes, they take it and get the lead, and they're going to get past the second checkpoint, and now momentum, everybody for the Grillers in front of the tower and keeping the fight away from it.
That is the position they need to be in.
Yes.
One off to the side, the missiles do take Sam down, and that gives Avalanche a chance to get back in as they have a slight man advantage. Still 31, not a bad push.
And as we just crossed the halfway point, really tower control comes down to who has more checkpoints left to go than the other one. So Grillers with a full checkpoint lead is really nice to have, especially on a map like this where that second checkpoint stuck in the trench can be difficult to get across when a lot of players are left alive. But a nice cancel there.
Bomb is not happening. Nice snipe, but it did end up being a trade on the E-leader.
Bodies being traded left to right by both teams, and if you're the Grillers, you're going to be fine with that, considering you have the lead that you do. But we do see some specials coming out here for the side of Avalanche. Bubbles combined with the Inkjet as they see, let's see if they can try to get a pick with either one of them, and it doesn't look like they will. In fact, we'll only lose their Inkjet and players on their side.
Goes.
So the Grillers
Down here as the Grillers get ready to push.
and the Grillers taking all of those specials, surviving, and flipping the script back onto Avalanche is now another push coming out for the Grillers.
And it looks like the Grillers are just going to go ahead and hold here for a minute. They do get that key pick.
With about a minute left to go here, Cookie loses a 1v1 on the locker side, but it's the Grillers that are pushing the tower deep into, well, not deep, but they're pushing it onto the Avalanche side of the map as they try to get, force Sam back out of position with the E-leader here. It is kind of worth noting they do have a Booyah Bomb from the K-Pro that could end this game when time gets a little bit closer. But they don't really have too many other specials that kind of help them hold this tower, the Grillers that is, and especially now that the K-Pro's gone down. Rain is going to come out across, but I don't think that Rain might be enough to force him off tower. It looks like it is.
Rain is going to force that tower backwards and stop that checkpoint, which is huge. We got one lurking, and they do get picked immediately, and it looks like this is going to be game for the Grillers, and it is.
You see the Booyahs coming out, the Grillers able to hold on with the rain to get the last couple of picks they needed there. So the Grillers flip the script and tie this grand finals back at 1 apiece, which is exactly what they needed to do as we're heading into the Clan Blitz game. And the KA's much better for the Grillers that time around, and much more even overall in the slower game mode.
Absolutely. Alright, we're going to head on to Game 3, which is going to be Clam Blitz on Arowana Mall. So this gives Avalanche a chance to show off those Clam Blitz skills they have. We saw in our last match, our team, I apologize, cannot remember the name.
Radiance.
Radiance. I have too many R teams to remember.
What's throwing you off is Custom with the R. I believe Custom is on a new team called Riot, a newerish team.
I actually keep thinking it's Revitalize.
Revitalize, yeah. Oh, I forgot. We haven't seen them so far. Regardless, yes, we've seen Avalanche perform very well in Clam Blitz.
Radiance was not bad at Clam Blitz in that last game. The Grillers came out with that overtime win. You can't say that Revitalize was bad in that game.
But if you go back to the Kelpdome Clam Blitz game where Cookie got the 23 KA, the Grillers have been on a big Clam Blitz momentum as well. So this could be possibly the best mode for both of these teams coming into this critical Game 3 here with the games tied at 1-1.
Absolutely. So we'll see what happens here in about 10 seconds when we get started with Game 3 of the Grand Finals of the Link, July 2020.
We did stream the Grillers on this map in mode earlier. We saw Sam coming out with the C-Jet trying to be a race spam. And we've seen Sam use C-Jets for Clam Blitz in general for a lot of these Clam Blitz games. And there it is right there. Cookie coming out, sticking with the N-Zap, and you see Jim coming with the K-Shot instead of the K-Pro on the side of Avalanche. No surprises there. The Kinsa 52 and the H3 that gives armor instead of missiles, and a quick 10-second ray coming out from
literally goes straight out. Fast ray there. I'm curious to see what that K52 will do. Actually, I remember them mentioning in Twitch chat that they were excited to play that. So I'm curious what they'll do with that. Let's see what Jack's doing here.
Yeah, we've seen Jax use it a lot, especially whenever they want to do the H3 with armor, so that they keep that armor going there. But they do throw the Booyah, the bubbles are coming out along with Inkjet, so a lot of specials coming out and a lot of clams. And you see Avalanche starting to do and show why we're so excited to see them in Clam.
And they get the wipe with the basket open. That is going to be absolutely massive. And they're down to 59. There's another one in to 53, 50. They just keep scoring. They got 10. Where are they coming from? Looks like they're not coming in, so that'll be the end of the push, but half is not bad at all.
It's a good push to have, and if you're the Grillers, you're lucky that it was only 50. It looked like it could have been a lot worse than that, especially when that wipe happened while the basket was still open. But a minute 30 gone down, and more Grillers are going down. You see Cookie with the N-Zap taking a fall. You see the Forge Pro here going down. Oh, going down in the alley.
3 picks there, and Gem does go down with that bomb placed by Custom. And the West Broadway Grillers will still control that alleyway, and regardless, and force Custom out. West Broadway Grillers looks like they're getting ready to push on back in.
Yes, Grillers now have the man advantage and the specials, but not the clams to work with. They do have the pity clam back at their base, but they're going to wait and save it for when the basket is already open. As you see bubbles starting to come in, and now they do pick up the pity clam, and the jump is coming in as Jim could get a pick here. Does get the trade, and the basket is open, and a few clams do go in as they try to find a way. Ninja's
going to get the clams in and hold the basket open. He gets multiple of them bouncing off of that block there. Not
just a few from getting lead.
They need 2 points. They need 1 point. They get the lead in this push at 47.
And it's not over.
They keep getting picks 30s, 20s. This could be a knockout. This could be a knockout.
Yes, Cookie finding a way. They just keep finding a way.
They
to
just
slip in
keep
one
finding ways.
person
They
at a
find.
time.
They're finding the holes. They're coming off from alley now. That's going to be held though this time, and it's going to stop at 20. An 80-point push, which definitely is one of the best pushes you can do.
The Grillers have done the impossible, have put Avalanche on their heels in a Clam Blitz game, getting 80 points in one push. And
yet Avalanche just took down 3, so they have a chance to move here, but it looks like they waited too long or weren't ready, so they opted not to move one way or the other.
Oh, and Jim getting a key pick there. The Avalanche has so many clams. It's just on the edge of the Booyah Bomb. But you see Sam coming out and getting a nice pick with the Stingray here. And Stingray across those 2 power clams, but one player left alive for Avalanche, hauling both of those power clams back to base so that they can keep them going as we reach about 1 minute left to go here. And
Sam gets chased down there and gets splatted as they move into base. Looks like Avalanche is going to try to come back from this with under a minute left. They need a lot of points. It's like 50
surviving,
points.
getting sandwiched in between a couple of Booyah Bombs. Does get the trade with Jim, but that trade does work out more into the Grillers' favor since that Power Clam fell into the water with that trade there. And you see Cookie in position with Ink Armor ready to go, trying to paint up mid and hold it for a little bit, but runs into a suction bomb and goes down. So the advantage now on the side of Avalanche, but they don't have a lot of clams to work with about 20 seconds left to go, Hohen.
They absolutely have to get these clams going now. They get a key pick there, and it looks like they're going to form a power here. 9 clam. They need 1 in 10 seconds, and they're going to get it, and this will start overtime. That power clam in the middle. Gem fighting there. The Stingray comes out, and he's going to take 2. Hitzel going around the back. Or Hizzle. Not Hitzel. I'm glad Hitzel's not playing.
But they were the last one alive. In that win, the Grillers have done the impossible. They have found a way to beat Avalanche at their own game and are now up 2-1. Momentum shifting back into the Grillers' side. Their VC has got to be feeling pretty hype after that one.
It should feel hype. They can make use of that hype. They're gonna need that hype. Because if they want to win this tournament, they need 6 wins, and they need 2 of those without losing 3 times. Because they have to win this best of 7 first. And we're gonna head on over to our 4th game of at least 5 games. This game is not going to determine if we do a bracket reset or not. It is going to be on Splat Zone's Mako Mart, one of the more popular maps available today.
Yes, and this was the time where we saw Avalanche break away from from what they have been known to be using so far, and they've been using Blaster for this map and mode in particular. And the last time we saw them use it was against OctoInkers back in round 1, which was, gosh, it feels like forever ago now, but so we might see some adjustments coming from them. But as far as the Grillers go, it really just comes down to what Cookie is kind of thinking here. Since Cookie has used a wide variety of things, but the NZAP has been working out for them so far in this set.
We'll see what happens. It's Splat Zone, so you can definitely use that. I would expect to see some rain or a Booyah Bomb, something like that as well. It looks like they are going to go ahead and go with that NZAP along rain. In fact, is that double rain? I don't remember.
It is, with the E-liter in CDS. And this is the first time we've seen, there is an adjustment here for Avalanche. They're still using the vanilla H3, even though they don't have the NZAP instead with the 52. So this is the first time they've gone armorless, at least from we've seen in this tournament
that
here.
Might cost them, it might not. Like, I totally get the meta is powerful, but it's not always the decider. As long as they can handle that armor appropriately from the other team.
The Grillers coming out early and getting control of zone and a couple of picks here. Hello, the H3, if they can find a way to get a pick, but the H3 does get sniffed out, and no players going down for the Grillers, so this
Grillers
looks
are
like,
just going to be
the Grillers-
dominating so far. With 47 seconds and counting, and that Booyah Bomb was not canceled successfully, but they do survive the Booyah Bomb, which that's fine too.
Yes, the Grillers just not dying right now and getting all of the picks that they need.
They're ready for the
And
reset.
a nice pick by the E-leader by Sam. This looks like to be a quick
This
KO
is
here.
going to be a quick KO. We're going to go into match point. If this holds, is it going to hold? It held, and the West Broadway Grillers are one win away from forcing a bracket reset. Like, oh man, last month we were watching and it was so close to a comeback. What the team in the winners bracket, Trick or Treat, up 3-0, and they almost got bracket resetted. It was so amazing. We may see something here as well. So the excitement is not over yet.
Yes, but we are going back to another Clam Blitz game immediately. Clam Blitz at Black Belly. So if there is a map and mode that you can use if you're Avalanche to try to reclaim some momentum, this would be it for them. And the Grillers had to basically throw everything at Avalanche to win in the last Clam Blitz game. But yeah, there's momentum is heavily on the side of Grillers right now, as they're one win away from forcing a bracket reset here, which will extend the tournament for the first time ever in Alpha, a bracket reset, if possible. And Avalanche ready to quickly.
Cookie, deciding on that weapon, that key. What is Cookie going to play here? Is it going to be NZAP again? It's been working, but possibly Avalanche will come back with something to counter that. Though on Avalanche's front, I feel like they're going to bring armor. Or maybe they're bringing tent and bamboo.
It was really interesting that they decided not to use armor in that last game. We've seen them drop NZAP for that 52 gal, but whenever they did that, they always used the H3D. That time, they decided to stick with the vanilla one, which you almost never see. And that decision might come back to haunt them if they don't decide to go back to armor here.
Well, we're about to find out what exactly they're going to be playing here. Clam Blitz on Black Belly. It looks like they're not going with NZAP, and they are going with armor on the side of Avalanche. It's not Cookie running. Is it? No, it is Cookie running NZAP. My bad.
So yeah, not much change for the side of the Grillers, except for Sam using a Splatling as opposed to a Charger.
West Broadway Grillers takes the first death, and that's going to give Avalanche a chance to move up here in their best mode, possibly the Grillers' best mode too. It's definitely
a lot of clams going off here on the side of Avalanche. I don't think they have a power clam. They do just pick one right there as Custom gets a power clam. So now it just comes down to, can they get the picks they need? And getting a pick on Cookie there with the vanilla H3.
That'll be critical.
Is huge. And now with this Inkjet coming out, needing to get at least one more pick, but instead the Inkjet gets canceled, but provides enough of distraction for Avalanche to come in and get some points on the board and possibly get below 70 here.
They get West Broadway Grillers gets quite a number of picks here, and while we're at 71 here, it's not too much of a push, so it's not really anything devastating for the West Broadway Grillers as they move forward into Avalanche's base here in Game 5. And that's going to be the score, and a quick lead down to 50 points already. Booyah Bomb comes out to attempt to extend this, and they're slowly adding clams. 3, 4, 38 as they run in the back along with Gorilla, who just went down. 38 points. What a push. That is quite a push.
That is only the second push we've seen out of the Grillers in this set on both Clan Blitz maps combined, but each time they are getting huge chunks of points out of their pushes, whereas Avalanche has just been kind of doing a death by paper cut style, getting a little points at each time. As we now reach the halfway point, but two players going down for the Grillers quickly, and a lot of clams being thrown in here. So a score coming out here.
Score there. 50s and counting. This is a big push. It's tied, and they get the lead. 32 and counting. Custom coming in and getting splatted, but they do get. This could be the knockout.
With all those clams. Oh, but the pick coming in there. Oh,
Cookie with the clutch pick. But do they have enough to guard that basket? They do. They hold it off. So West Broadway Grillers, they have some work to do, but thanks to their previous push, it's not as devastating as you might think. Grillers are going to need a solid 40-point push, though.
Yeah, Cookie getting a nice pick there. They'll help open the opportunity for the Grillers to get a move.
And there's a couple picks.
We do have a lot of penalty points to get through, but the rain helping out as a CDS player here, getting a lot of momentum, pushing the Grillers all the way to the base, going down. Can Avalanche
of those points
defend this? But there's so many specials coming out from
the penalty is expired, 31, and they get wiped at 31.
That's a nice defense by Avalanche. It looked like all was going to be lost right there, but they are able to hold on. But however, the Grillers just have to pop the basket, and they'll immediately be at 30 points. Their penalty points will be gone with just one pop, and we still got a minute 15. Whoa!
And okay.
It's a host DC, isn't it?
We just get a host disconnect. That is very unfortunate. Technical difficulties, please stand by.
Now, is the game still going and we just can't see it, or no? The game should just be over.
We will confirm that real quick while I pull up the rules on a host disconnect real quick, and it's a little bit different since this is on stream, obviously. If the host disconnects from the game, meaning all players have disconnected, it will follow the following rules. The match is under 2 minutes left, or one team is 30 units or closer to a knockout. The match will be given to the team that was not hosting. Well, that doesn't apply here because we have a stream of hosting. So, in that case, since we can't really award it to one team or another, I'm going to make the judgment call of the match must be replayed, because it doesn't seem fair to call it either way, considering how close it's been. I will double check that real quick. And I do have confirmation from Kraken Mayer, one of the head tournament organizers, that we will redo this game. Yeah. I'm being informed the entire staff team has seen and agrees to that as well, so we will be doing just that.
Yes, it was a host DC, and the host is the streamer, so it's not a penalty on either team. You can't penalize either team for something that wasn't their fault. So a little bit of controversy going on here in this in already close.
I'm quite disappointed that game had to stop. I wanted to see what happened.
Well, you're just going to see more of it now.
I hope it's as good as the last one.
The players will have to use the same weapons.
At the person saying it was under 2 minutes and we pushed to 20 and that kind of comment, the rules state that the team that was not hosting would win. The problem is our production staff is hosting, not the Broadway Grillers or Avalanche. So we can't really award it to either team. So we're going to just make the call to redo it as a result. This is an unprecedented situation, as we never really have had a host DC when streaming before, at least not in recent memory. So sorry about that. It can sometimes happen. You just never know. So we're going to go ahead and redo this. Again, apologies to anyone who's bothered by that, and to the teams as well, because we don't want to do that. But yeah.
And we're just waiting on one more player to join the lobby, I believe from... it's actually a player from Avalanche that we're still waiting on.
We'll give him time. It was a problem with the stream setup. And here we are.
Ugh, excuse me. All right. So, it is King who needs to be on Alpha. Yeah. Yes. So everybody's back in the lobby. Everybody's readying up. We're using the
You
same
must use the same weapons and gear, of course, and everyone immediately does that. So we are all set to go with the same weapons and gear to go straight into this match.
And once again, the Grillers are currently up 3-1, and we are returning once again in Game 5 to Clan Blitz at Blackbelly Skate Park. No weapons changed from either team, as they shouldn't be, so we are starting off fresh and doing it once again.
Back to 100 for, depending on your perspective, that may be good or bad. And as
quickly going down for the Grillers there. So Avalanche taking some frustration out on the Grillers, as they should be. But will they be able to get any points out of that? Wow, that was a quick start for them.
they're just gonna unfortunately lose that power clam quickly here. Actually, they're gonna recover it, or attempt to. They are working hard to recover it, but not making any major progress. They do have a new one, however. Not the end of the world.
Guerrillas now in position with the specials they need. They do have control of mid. Can they find a way to get a push going here? And they do have a lot of specials to work with. However, you do see the Inkjet coming out from custom, halting down this push, and the jump out doesn't come in time. So the Avalanche will get control of map now, and they'll have an opportunity to get a push going here.
Alright, and Avalanche is going to get ready to do a push here, sending out that antenna missiles in preparation, immediately dragging attention to himself, and falling back as a result. Not much happening on that front, unfortunately.
This is two players going down for Avalanche, so now the Guerrillas have control of mid. At this point, in the first 2 minutes of the game, teams are just kind of trading back and forth control of mid, but you see Sam here thinking that they can just sneak in through the pipe, but
doesn't
the
usually work, unfortunately, when you have a power.
Avalanche sniffing it out quickly, and you see the point sensors raining down. But while they're focusing on the pipe, the Guerrillas pushing all the way through mid and are able to get a lot of points in here. Already
That's a double
one.
They've effectively duplicated their previous success, just minus 1 point. So far the game's started pretty similarly point-wise. And it looks like Avalanche is going to get ready to make some moves here. Except this time the Guerrillas are up and ready and not wiped.
Yes, as we just now crossed the halfway point, you see Avalanche going to have to find a way to get some picks, and they do get a couple there with a power clam form. So is this Avalanche's chance to get a push off as they fire missiles to just kind of slow down, and bubbles coming in, so a lot of chaos happening at the Guerrillas basket, but Jim able to survive it all and get a nice pick on Jax there, and maybe two, maybe
74.
three.
The Inkjet is out, the Inkjet is down, and that is a wipe.
What a play there by Jim to avoid all of that chaos and to get a triple plus an assist. So Avalanche there with an excellent opportunity just gets denied by Jim, the leading captain on this team right now for the Guerrillas, as two players go down for each side here. The Guerrillas trying to hold on control of mid, and they have a lot of clams to work with if they want to get a push going as well.
Like the Guerrillas are going to go ahead and try to do just that, get that push going, and they have a couple power clams at the ready, but they are being flanked And that did take out 2. 3 down. And
Yes.
we have our heavy... West Broadway Girls have their heavy sitting in the base, ready to try to stop any pushes while their team respawn.
Yes, but the remix can't guard both ways. There's a lot of clams, and a pick goes down. Jim falling to one of Custom's splat bombs. Custom's trying to get another pick there. Isn't able to do so, but a lot of clam. Oh, and falls for the suction bomb. But still a lot of clams in the basket. Will get popped. The Avalanche has a
60s,
couple.
50s.
They do get wiped with 45 seconds left to go. The Grillers will be able to get control of mid here, and with 40 seconds left and a lot of specials, they have an opportunity to hold on here. But the Grillers, as Avalanche, doesn't have to do a whole heck of a lot. Actually, they just need to pop it and then throw in one clam, and they will take the lead here.
And it definitely is a very close game here. It's looks like, and there is the pop from West Broadway Groves. Didn't even see the clam going in, and that's down to 20-19. And they're going to fall back here with 15 seconds left in the game. Not a bad choice at all as they get ready to defend against the pity clam that should now be coming out, plus anything else that Avalanche may have ready.
So we're going into overtime. Yes, they're going to need a lot of clams. Now, just popping it will get rid of the penalty.
Avalanche can do it.
They're going to
Avalanche can do it.
They have shown the ability to make big pushes before. As you see someone awkwardly getting stuck in their own ink there. I don't know what that was, but Custom gonna need to get a lot of picks, but gets denied by Jim, who's been making hero play after hero play for the
And that
Grillers
is
so
the
far.
bracket reset. West Broadway Grillers have forced a bracket reset as we head off back to game 1.
The momentum from the Grillers, just too much for Avalanche to overcome in that first time. So now the Avalanche is stuck in a kind of a difficult spot here. Going into a bracket reset as the winning team, you have a lot more advantage going into that versus the Avalanche, who's going to be going in and saying, man, now we got to play this all over again. So we'll see how this works out, but we're starting all over, and I believe these are different maps? Yes.
Yes, they will be a different set of maps. We're not just playing the same thing over again. It will be its own unique set of maps for this bracket reset.
And we're going to be starting off with Rainmaker at Arowana Mall. I don't think we've seen these two teams play this. No, wait, we did see. We have seen this map earlier in the set, or earlier in the tournament, but not in the set. They played Clam Blitz here before the bracket reset, as we see Avalanche rating up really quickly here. We have seen Stingray be used by Avalanche before. They used the vanilla sloshing machine back when they played the bunnies on Rainmaker Kelp. But with how quickly they readied up here, I'm assuming they're going to stay without the Stingray.
Might not be the greatest decision.
Well, it didn't hurt them. The one game they did win last set was the Rainmaker, and they didn't use Stingray then, too. As well.
That's true. Well, regardless, weapons are locked, so here we go with game 1 of the Grand Finals bracket reset. Cookie sticking with that end zap, and there is a Stingray. Yes, there is a Stingray.
There is
on both sides.
I love this. I love this that Avalanche is changing things up. We haven't seen this from them this in at least all day long, but now they're coming out with a squeezer and a C-Jet. So
things weren't working. They're gonna try something new.
Exactly. They're coming out with something completely different, and we'll see if it works out for them.
Well, one down on both sides. Avalanche taking a couple down as Gem rushes the Rainmaker early and does get a nice pick there as a result, though. And looks like they're going to try to pop that and force Custom back into the corner as they get ready to push. Custom coming out with the Inkjet. And Cookie going to get ready to go down alley as a result. Too much action going on in that one area.
Cookie spamming this way. I actually believe Cookie doesn't talk in VC. with the grillers. It just listens, so that's probably why we've been seeing Cookie do a lot of this weighing and booyahing. So that's kind of their way of VCing.
That's really interesting, actually, with how critical communication is for them to be able to pull that off. That's really good.
And 2 players going down for the side of the grillers.
Ooh, who can make it through?
The person who's usually been using H3 is now coming out with the squeezer.
Oh, nice pick there with that bomb.
This should be lead for the for Avalanche as with the Stingblade. But we saw the Splat Charger getting a key pick there from the bridge, but Custom immediately punishing the Charger for doing so. And this push should continue for Avalanche as they do have the man advantage here. If they can find a way to pick it up, and they do, and they are going to
get lost
they're going to get a whole lot more than just that.
Whoa, that Rainmaker just slipped right past down to the 26 as Avalanche has a demanding lead as Gem gets ready to try to block that push. And it gets down to 18 right on that ledge there. Tricky little hump to get over if you want to get to the goal.
Now, there's 3 minutes left. There's still a lot of time here, but that's still a score that you can win with very easily on this map. It's so hard to get across those little gates of hell over there, and they found a way to do that. So that's going to be very difficult for the Grillers to overcome that kind of lead. The
Stingray comes out though, and they're going to try to force it here. The counter Stingray out too as both sides fight. And it looks like, I'm not sure, did either team win that? Yeah, whatever. Avalanche go down 3 regardless. And as the rest Broadway Grillers rush down there, they get bubbled going down 3 themselves, only making it to the 57.
Custom coming in with a huge stop there. It looked like the Grillers had an opportunity to take lead there. They had a lot of momentum and players alive, but Custom coming in and getting a nice pick there. The Rainmaker stopped behind us. I don't know if it got popped or not. It did, so it did eventually get reset. It's always scary on stream when you can't see where the Rainmaker actually is, because we've seen a lot of people sneak behind and pick it up and run with it. But
yeah, the worst is you think the game's going and then, the game's over. What happened? As a commentator, that's terrible. And as a player, I'm
going to have to find a way to make another hero play. Does stall things down a little bit here.
29 and gets picked. Gem gets picked at 29 as there's only one Griller up. So they're going to have to fall back here with a minute 16 left. That stealth jump there as people go ahead and reset, and Cookie gonna go ahead and dance around this corner along with Hizzle.
1 minute left to go here. The Rainmaker's about to reset and go to mid, but Avalanche is having a very difficult time of keeping the Rainmaker out of their side of the map. They're playing a very defensive mindset right now, and you can't blame them given how big of their lead that they have. But with the Grillers finding ways to get all these picks here, but you do see Cookie going down, and that's kind of critical. Grillers are going to need Cookie to get a lot of picks here if they can find a way to win this one. 30 seconds left to go. And Avalanche does have that Stingray at their disposal.
Ooh, they're gonna 26, and that goes down 2. That's a play for Avalanche.
And with 2 players left alive, another bubble pop. That's such a huge play, holding the 3rd bubble after
12 seconds left, and it looks like Avalanche is going to take this first game of the reset, starting off strong. They get another pick on the Grillers, who are rushing up 2 picks on the Griller, and he goes down, but it does not matter. Avalanche takes this first game of the Grand Finals bracket reset.
I love the fact that they switched up what they've been doing the entire tournament. They went into the Grand Finals and lost 1-4, and an amount of loss that they have not seen this entire tournament between both days, and they pull out something we haven't seen yet. The Squeezer with 18 KA when they had been using H3 the entire day. Are you kidding me?
This is great. This is great. These are the kind of games we want to see.
And now we're heading back to Clam Blitz at Black Belly.
Yes. This month has been the month of many maps that people dislike, and I'm fine with it, honestly, personally. It challenges you to try all these maps you don't normally play on.
The
And that's not to say we're not going to try to improve things, so don't worry if you think that's what I'm implying.
I'm laughing because these two teams just played so many close games on this one. So the fact that they have to go back to it immediately. Oh gosh, I hope there's no PTSD for either team going into this. They already
Real quick, we just have an announcement. The beta bracket has entered bracket reset as well. This is insane.
Welcome to Sunday at Low Ink.
Welcome to insane finals. We're here in Alpha Game 2. Grillers, Avalanche.
And
Here
the
we
change
go.
has come again. Avalanche sticking with the Squeezer and the Sea-Jet. So they're doing an anchor for the first time that we've seen them do on Clam Blitz. Let's see if this works out for them. And again, you can't blame them. They lost on this map and mode. Why not try to change it up, especially when it worked last game?
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. The Avalanche seems to be doing a lot better with these changes, and that's something you have to be able to do as a team. If you can adjust to a situation and quickly, even in match, then you'll do so much better because you'll be able to just completely turn games around, completely turn sets around. That's why we have a lot of games in Grand Finals.
And we see Jim sneaking through the back door here, and a jump coming into them. I don't think Avalanche is aware of this, but Avalanche is going to try to score. Who's going to score first? It's going to be the Grillers. So now the
Grillers with this massive bomb, and yet they only got the power clam in. Where's their supporting clams? There they are now. And that win's going to go to them, and they're going to put a couple clams in and go down. So that's a wipe on the side of the Grillers, but down to 53. Not a bad push at all.
That was, the beauty of that push is that Avalanche was about to score themselves. So it was a race to the basket, and the Grillers got there first. So they're happy that they topped the basket just to stall things, but they got a lot of clams on top of it as well. But now we see Avalanche trying to bowl their way down.
Getting a pair down, and they're going to start heading down pipe here in an attempt to get a score. Jack and not Hizzle are going to attempt to move down the pipe. And the Stingray goes right into the splat bomb.
And 2 players left alive for each team as Custom trying to keep control of mid here, fighting against Cookie on the tower, and does go down with the help of the CDS as we get about 3 minutes left to go here. Planet economy pretty even for both teams at this point. However, the current map control is in the favor of the Grillers, especially since they got that nice pick there by Cookie, who immediately
They've gone
goes
down 2 now, though. This could be the start of something. Not too sure, but it could be. Jack gonna move down that pipe, rush down, and
they did it again! They did it again! The Grillers playing defense by using offense, stalling pushes by scoring first. At that time, we didn't even see what happened. And they didn't pick up the Mercy Clam in time, so they won't get a second one. So the Grillers, they don't add to their lead, but still do damage regardless. Can Avalanche find a way? But with their Squeezer dying, it's going to be difficult for them to get any kind of push going off here. Even if, but the Inkjet does get
a nice pick there. They're going to try to get one on that Splatling, and they do not get the Splatling pick and get taken down as they land instead, which is always the curse of the Inkjet. Tendon missiles going out as Gem gets ready to push into Avalanche's base for the next attack by the Grillers.
Yeah, about 1:40 left to go. One Booyah Bomb is ready to go for the Grillers that can help kind of separate Avalanche a little bit, but one player going down for each side as the Grillers once again looking to be offensive here as Sam's trying to find a way to get in, and a lot of clams on the side.
Gonna rush, and he does get that score last second, breaking the penalty completely, but there's only CDS up for West Broadway Grillers, so that's gonna end that push.
Yeah, so a small add to the lead for the Grillers, but it costs them a lot of lives. So Avalanche here is now able to take control of mid, and as you can see, a lot of actions going on, trying to control that tower as both teams throwing bombs at it. But with 1 minute left to go here, Armor coming out, Inkjet is ready, Stingray coming out, CDS for the Grillers, and Cookie going down. 3 players going down. This is Avalanche's opportunity to make their first push of the game.
And they do get that first score, take down more. Is Custom going to get this next pick? Unsure, but it doesn't matter so far. Look at those points fly in. 50s. 47.
Just one more clam, and can the Inzap find a way? They're jumping in with a power clam. They don't get it off. They don't get it off. They came in at such a. The bomb actually got them.
Hold the lead. 1 point. Now with the penalty, but at the time, 1 point.
What a push by Avalanche, and what a bomb by the Grillers going off at just the right time to stop. That would have been the game for Avalanche right there.
7 seconds and counting. Avalanche does have a power clam, so we will be going to overtime here.
And Jax gets a huge trade right there. They need to pop the basket here, and they do have the clams to do it, but they're running out of time. Overtime only lasts for about 15 seconds. Bubbles coming in. The squeezer does get the pop off.
47 clams. Avalanche takes the lead and gets the 2-0 lead in this bracket reset.
Avalanche flipping the script, stealing all of the momentum by switching their comp up. And once again, we see the person who is not Hitzel popping off with the squeezer here, giving Avalanche 2-0. And the Grillers, for the first time in a long time, are now in a hole with 2 games left to go until Avalanche is crowned the champion. But we will now move to Muscle Forge Fitness at Tower Control. This is the game the Grillers won in the last set. But Avalanche already stole one on a map and mode that the Grillers won in the previous set. So now it comes down to, we've seen Avalanche go into their bag of tricks and pull out different comps, and it's working well for them.
I wonder if the Grillers
will going to respond. Exactly.
Well, Grillers could pull that out as well. Honestly, if the Grillers get a couple games, that would be great too, because I'd like to see more than 2 more of these games, honestly. These are great games. I'd love to see a Game 7. Game 7 bracket reset grand finals. How does that sound?
I gotta mow my yard at some point, so as long as this ends eventually, I'm fine.
Yeah, it's gonna end eventually. I guarantee it, Pop. It'd be dumb to design it any other way.
So Avalanche is ready to up as quickly as we're kind of accustomed to them to do at this point. They don't waste time in this ready up screen. So I think it's safe to say we're going to keep seeing that squeezer. Is that Amir, formerly of Boreal Phoenix? That would make sense why they're using. Oh, that makes sense to me. The former player, the person we keep calling Hitzel, I believe is actually Amir, who used to be a really good. That would explain the squeezer right there. Yeah, they used almost nothing but squeezer that I could recall back when they played for BP. But they're sticking with that same comp that they were using before. And Grillers, no real change from Grillers. It's the same comp they used last time they did this map.
They're going to take Tower first as Custom tries to peek over this edge, getting ready to move, waiting for his time. And he's going to go and dive down by Tower instead. That's fair.
The Custom
Grillers clearing the checkpoint, takes the first checkpoint.
If we could get that cloud out of the way instead of blocking our view. But yeah, Griller's going to be approaching the second checkpoint here. There is Jax kind of sharking around, but doesn't come out before the checkpoint goes down. And there is a trade, but the tower is still riding. Stingray does eliminate them,
but the tower is going to keep going. Cookie's on the tower, and he goes down. Broadway Grillers to the 34, clearing 2 checkpoints in the first minute.
Yes, this is looking very similar to how the last game went on this map and mode.
That tower's rushing back to middle, though, and we'll soon start taking points off of Avalanche's count as they begin their push into West Broadway Griller territory.
Yes, you see Custom here trying to get control of the area that they need to control to get past this first checkpoint. And it looks like they're halfway through it, but with Stingray coming out for support for Avalanche, But Jackson has to hop off tower
And
to
fail to
fight.
take that first checkpoint. A tense moment there, as it looked like they might that Stingray going out, keeping West Broadway Brewers off of it, but they did not manage to. Not the end of the world. First checkpoint isn't the most difficult to clear.
And with 2 players down for the Grillers, this might be an opportunity for Avalanche to get something going here. But you see Cookie being very harassing. Is
And
able to
takes
get
out the squeezer.
the squeezer does go down in a 2v2 situation here. And Stingray coming out to support Avalanche as they're having difficulty getting past this first checkpoint that the Grillers are defending very well in the first half of this match.
2.5 left, just a little over that, so yeah, that's right, we're entering the latter half of the game now, as the West Broadway Grillers looking like they're showing a strong showing so far into forcing a Game 5.
And the 2 players going down for the side of Avalanche, and it looks like the Grillers are going to try to add to their lead here. Oh, but
They do get
Sam
some
does go
big
down on tower.
Cookie gets one, and does... Did they get? They got 2 until then they went down. Okay, not bad still.
But a wipe on the Griller side as Avalanche is now going to take yet another stab at clearing this first checkpoint. They've been using the Stingray here from Re7 Axe, who's been but
Ooh, 3 down on the side of Avalanche. Sam with that nice snipe, going to go ahead and give the Grillers a chance to get moving as he pops on tower himself, dropping an ink mine and starting to snipe.
But that E-Leader's... Oh, but the E-Leader does go down from the Inkjet there. But the E-Leader, they keep using that E-Leader to try to ride the tower through the trench. And it's very difficult for the E-Leader to do anything down on the slope there when the tower's going through the trench. But it's still... The Grillers aren't too concerned about pushing the tower, having the 2 checkpoint lead that they currently have. As you see Amir, the artist formerly known as Hitzel, making a push... and getting a nice kill there, and keeping the Grillers away from their own roof as Avalanche tries once again to try to get past that first checkpoint. And
Nice pick there as they get down to the No, this is the first checkpoint still.
This is the
first checkpoint. Nice pick. He does get to end up dying there, but that not bad at all, especially considering how I have to. Now they're at the second checkpoint, 53 and counting, and they are going to clear that second checkpoint, moving to lead.
Down. They might be able to find a way to get lead here, but the tower is currently in. It can
37, 6.
Gets a huge pick down there. Can he get one more? He doesn't. But now here comes Sam.
35 and holding. Oh my God!
Fight for the tower. It's going to the side of the Grillers.
Oh my word! What a stop! Grillers make the stop at
How
the
did they do that?
absolute last moment.
How did they do that?
And we are going to have a Game 5.
What happened right there? I don't understand. It was an absolute
just a mishmash of
the
tower panic. Everyone with this little tiny square with a pillar in between each other. Everyone has to kill each other, and the Grillers managed to make that key set of kills and advance to the force a Game 5, move themselves 1 game closer to winning Low Ink.
That's what it takes to win. Look at these last 2 games. Are these teams going to have anything left for the end of this set? You gotta be immensely
I hope they have
drained
plenty
at
of
this
juice
point.
left in the tank. These wins, they fuel you, I hope. I know they fuel you a lot. I hope it's enough, though.
I can't believe the Grillers won that one. I can't believe that.
I am.
How did Avalanche not get the lead right there? That is incredible. So now we're moving to splat zones at Hotel. Avalanche readied up in the first 2 seconds. They're not even changing anything here, and so are the Grillers going up immediately. Well,
Just Cookie deciding their weapon as normal.
The key here is going to be, can the Grillers keep Sam safe and let them use that E-Leader? We saw, the last time we saw this kind of map and mode, we saw the Bunnies use it, I believe, against Avalanche. And Avalanche did a good job of kind of dealing with everybody except for the E leader, and that was good enough for them to win. So now they got to face yet another one. Well, actually, no, Sam's kind of backing off. They might switch weapons themselves. So
We got a
Not
solid
quite sure
40
what they
seconds
expect.
for them to decide. It's not a ton of time, but it's not 10 seconds. So we'll let them make their decisions, and off we go with that started.
So the Grillers staving off what would have been a 0-3 hole in grand finals now makes things a little bit more manageable at 1 and 2 in this best of 7 bracket reset. We do see the E leader coming back out, and instead of the C jet that we've been seeing so much out of Avalanche recently, they're dropping it in favor of the Forge Pro, but still keeping the foil squeezer.
I'm just gonna go ahead and jump right into this with a key pick from Sam, the E leader.
And Cookie on the Kinsa Rapid Blaster push. You see Jim pushing up into the base, but Jim going off by themselves. Cookie's teaming up with the CDS, and a lot of picks coming out for Grillers. They're using a lot of momentum here. If you remember on the Splat Zones at Mako Mart, the Grillers absolutely dominated that game, and it looks like they're doing the same thing right here on this Hotel Splat Zones game. As they've already reached 45 without the zone being touched at all by Avalanche.
There's a bit of paint in the zone, actually. Looks like it. Yep, they're starting to attack with those bubbles. And do they see it from the back? They did not fully see it from the back. Are they going to get this pick? No, they get picked. And 15 seconds, they have multiple men up, and it looks like Grillers are going to force a Game 6 and tie us at 2 with a quick KO on Splat Zones at New Albacore Hotel.
We've played 2 games of Splat Zones in this entire Grand Finals, and the Grillers have won them both probably in a combined total of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Neither one has been close at all. They're just having so many issues getting kills against the Grillers on these Splat Zone games. And yes, momentum shifting back as we're now tied with 2 straight wins for the Grillers as we head into
that Game 7's looking a lot more likely. We got Game 6. We just need to split the next 2 games, and we have the ultimate match.
And if you're the Grillers, or actually if you're Avalanche, you got to be breathing a sigh of relief knowing Splat Zones doesn't show up. You're done. You're done.
Zones is done for today. No more Splat Zones. You gotta do the. I'm pretty sure it's the other 3 modes that are left, starting with Tower Control on Kelp Dome.
Oh my goodness. So this one. The key to this one is getting past that first checkpoint. If you can do that, the tower is going to move away from the enemy spawn, and it's really hard to stop those pushes. So if you can get the first team to get past that first checkpoint and just kind of coast on to that second, is going to be in a good position to win this game. As we do see a bit of hesitation for the first time from Avalanche when it comes to readying up.
Maybe they're rethinking their comp. Hey guys, this isn't working now. What can we do to better handle what the Grillers are throwing at us? Or maybe they just want some time to talk, so they unchecked, so the Grillers can't start the game. Whichever.
But we've always seen Cookie being the last one to ready up.
Looks like
so
it will end up being correct here.
The Grillers have been taking a little bit more time to try to figure out maybe their vocal strategy, much less their comp strategy for these sets. But the winner of this one will be 1 win away from winning this entire tournament, as we are now in Game 5 of this bracket reset here.
And here we go. Game 5.
Custom coming out with the Nautilus. That's not too funky of a change, considering it's still an inkjet weapon. But we've seen Custom use pretty much T-Tech exclusively up to this point. So let's see how that Nautilus works out for them, as Inzap immediately goes down for the side of Avalanche, and the Grillers get their first push of the game going here.
And off we go here, and Grillers are making a strong push, clearing the first checkpoint as they get ready to go around the back, sending 10 missiles to those that are back there, going right for that end zap up front and getting picked. It's actually a squeezer, my bad. And they do end up getting 2 of the grillers, only the scope and the end zap up. Still scope attempting to get some picks, but getting bombed out by the squeezer.
So this all comes down. Actually, if Avalanche can find a way to get past this this checkpoint right here, which it looks like they won't be able to do because they do get wiped. But if both teams clear that first checkpoint, especially in this early part of the stage, this is just going to be a wide open game because there's only one checkpoint left for each team, and that'll be at the end. But the fact that the Grillers have cleared theirs first is going to be a huge advantage for them, especially now as they're starting this push that's going to be, once again, moving away from the enemy spawn. But actually, that doesn't really matter when a Stingray is coming out. It can pretty much clear out that entire area there.
Grillers do manage to get 2 picks there before having to fall back, which definitely evens up the playing field and makes it harder for Avalanche to move in, but they have infiltrated the middle of the map now and are attempting to get back up on tower.
Yes, with about 2 minutes down here, Avalanche trying to stall this push here as Jim is getting absolutely mauled on the tower. Does get a trade with the Nautilus, and with the C-Jet last player alive, and about halfway to a Stingray is trying to go and get the pick with their weapon themselves instead of trying to build up Stingray, knowing it's so far away. Custom getting a nice kill there. However, with the tower moving around that corner, a lot of points going to be soaked up by the Grillers here. With only 2 players left alive for the Grillers, the damage has already been done. And now Avalanche, once again, going to have to wait a little bit before they can get their push going. Oh, actually, the push for the Grillers isn't even done yet, because they still got more players left alive.
Absolutely. Looks like Avalanche gets a couple key picks there, but does not get that third one. Gets picked off by Gem around the corner, but he does get killed by... I don't even know how to pronounce that.
Oh, RE7AX. Re7X. Yes, so about 2 minutes left to go here. But Avalanche can't get anything going because as soon as they're in position to start making a push, 1 or 2 players go down, and they just don't have the manpower to get pushes going here, and they're constantly playing defense. As you see, Cookie trying to take on a few players, trying to get a kill or 2. Survives. Dancing along that great pole there long enough to soak up the shots. What a nice play by Cookie there.
As they start to move in from here. And I'm told it's Relax, not Re7X.
Well, there's a 7 there for something, but that checkpoint does get cleared.
And
the players still alive, and the white's coming out.
Almost didn't happen, but it does happen. The Grillers are 1 win away from taking Low Ink all the way from the losers bracket.
But you know what? If you are Avalanche, what you need to do right now is just relax.
Exactly.
And try to focus on one game at a time here. But the Grillers
is only 2 wins. You only need 2. You don't need 3. You don't need 4. Only 2.
And of course, Game 7, if you look at that, is Skipper Pavilion Clam Blitz. Which you'd love to see if you are Avalanche.
It's probably better to go into Game 7 with a win, because you'll have the momentum. So if Avalanche can take this, not only do they not get eliminated, they go into Game 7 on a mode and map they're good with momentum. That could be game-changing. This game right here could be a major decider for the tournament. So the Avalanche is not out yet. Grillers are going to want to shut this down now.
Yes, as we go to the Mako Mart Rainmaker game. This one's going to be... It's going to be interesting to see if, now that Avalanche is forced into a situation to where if they lose, they're completely out. And they haven't been in this situation the entire tournament. The Grillers have. they've been in this situation at least twice in the losers bracket. So this is the first time we've seen Avalanche under this kind of pressure. But there is still pressure on the Griller side as well. It's not all cookies and juice on the side of the team that's one win away from winning the whole tournament. There's a lot of pressure on them as well to come out and get this win. So we might see some nerves coming out from both teams at this point. And especially since they've been playing for close to 6 hours at this point in the day. We'll see which team has the most left in the tank to get a win here.
Indeed. So off we go with this 6th game match tournament point, not match point, set point tournament point for West Broadway Grillers as they head right into Rainmaker on the mark.
Big fight breaking out here in mid, but nobody has died for either team yet until Avalanche does get a trade, but 2 players going down for the side of Avalanche as the Grillers trying to push up a little bit. More players going down for each side. It's just the players trading left and right here, trying to establish control here. Oh, the CDS almost running into a bomb there, but the Grillers do get the first push going, and it looks like they're going to be going left.
Directly behind Ninja, actually, and that key pick there is going to help them a lot. Oh, on the you couldn't see the Rainmaker, other side of the map.
And a huge lead.
32.
A huge lead to start off, and it's not over yet. Added to it, getting down to 29. One more player slipping by, and I don't know where the T-Tech is for the Grillers, but okay, good. Avalanche does pick it up, so they will be trying to advance it back to mid here. But a huge opening lead for the Grillers, and one that they might just win with on this map. If you're the team that's one set away from winning, that takes a lot of pressure off. Oh, but here comes the counter push with the bubbles and the inkjet coming off from custom, but the Rainmaker is going to have a difficult time. They are going to. Will they get picked off from behind?
They get picked off from the back. Grillers with that excellent stop. That's going to give them a ton of time here and give them a lot more breathing room than what they could have had. Way in the back, though, the Squeezer is back here trying to cause chaos, and they do get picked off finally.
So it looks like the Grillers will put it into this push, and that was a scary situation for the Grillers. I was just going to say, because they got the huge lead early, that can take a lot of pressure off of them, but in a mode like Rainmaker, this could flip back into Avalanche's favor so quickly. All it takes is one wipe here.
Never, ever underestimate a team like that. Especially... there's no way we're just going to underestimate like one screen or not.
Here we go. The T-Tech's the last player alive, and they're going the route that's going to get them the most points. Are they going to get lead? No, they lost with just 32. Can Custom keep this one going? I don't think they have enough firepower to overcome the Grillers. They're going to have to get a
Custom's going to have to back off here, or are they?
Oh, they're going to try to.
They're going to go for the sneak. They're going for the sneak.
Oh, the Grillers grabbed it. The Grillers grabbed it just in time. Custom would have gotten lead right there if he had picked it up. Would have gotten
someone's there.
It is the Squeezer that's still alive, and it looks like the Grillers are trying to locate them.
Better touch that Rainmaker and quickly. It's far better to lose it to death than to have it snuck behind you and
and here comes the Rainmaker now for the side of Avalanche, and it's being
they're going to go around the back. They're going
to find a way. We see Amir with the foil. Can the camera cut back to the actual action? There we go. And the CDS slipping past Amir with the foil Squeezer. But you see him off in the distance there, taking on a 2v1. If he can win that, does get a trade. Oh, and one pick right there.
The bubble's still up. Bubbles are ending now, and that is going to... Ninja's going to go ahead and jump straight out back to spawn.
And saves the rain. But the Rainmaker looks like it will be resetting unless Avalanche can find a way to sneak in. They have been sharking around near the Rainmaker, but it will reset and as the rain does come out. We are about a minute left to go. A minute left until the Grillers can win this thing, or Avalanche can find a way to slip past in what would be an exciting finish if they could find a way to do that.
West Broadway Grillers take one down, and that sniper's getting a lot of pressure on them. Rainmaker in the hands of Avalanche. Custom fights with the Inkjet, gets another pick,
But the Stingray coming out, you saw the charger from Sam jumping out to use the Stingray. It does get the pick.
There's
However,
3 down. West Broadway Grillers are 3 down, and
the charger goes down as well. You see, Relax, 7K
Custom-
Relax up ahead, trying to get create more room for all 4 of these players that are still alive for Avalanche to sneak in and get the lead here.
Avalanche working hard. They do lose the Rainmaker with 20 seconds left in the game. 2 down. Avalanche must make this.
And with
2 players on West Broadway Grillers ready. They are covering that range. Everything they can.
Cookie going down with the in zap.
5,
Is Avalanche going to find a
4. They do get the Rainmaker. 3.
3 players going down. The Charger's the last one alive. The Chargers get hit. The in zap is the last player alive. It's fine. They do take it out. Are they going to find a way to get lead? A splat bomb coming down. They do get the lead.
And we're going to Game 7.
What a set! What a set by
You are
both
kidding
teams.
me. You are kidding me.
No! The Grillers had that one won, and they fall apart in the last second. We are going to a decisive Game 7 in a bracket reset.
Game
Welcome.
7 Grand Finals.
Wow! And what a momentum shift. That is so hard to come back from mentally for the Grillers. And like you said, if you are going to go into a Game 7, you want to go in winning Game 6. I guarantee you the Avalanche BC is going nuts right now. And it's going to have to come down to, can the Grillers relax and recompose themselves? As we now go into a Clam Blitz game, which both these teams have been going absolutely nuts on Clam Blitz in this entire set. Winner take all. Winner take the entire tournament. Wow. Oh, and you still with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just sending a few messages out. I had to quickly send a couple messages out to get ready for the end of the tournament. But this is... oh my word. I think we're all pumped up. We're ready. 1 more game. 5 more minutes of action. And then... who knows? Who's going to win? Are the West Broadway Grillers going to end their losing streak? Multiple months of work are on the line. Or will Avalanche come in and take the prize? Both teams working incredibly hard to get to this point. And it's only 1 game left to decide it.
And look at this. This is the first time we haven't seen Custom or the Avalanche team ready up as quickly as they had. Everybody wants to take a little
They're
bit of
nervous.
time
They're
to
nervous.
breathe.
They're like, we gotta do this right. 3-3. Bracket reset is in progress. Welcome to Game 7. Clam Blitz on Skipper Pavilion. For the prize,
And,
of being banned from low ink.
are we seeing an anchorless comp coming out? The Grillers with a huge switch up here. Sam is using K-Pro instead of any anchor weapon that they've been using. So they are throwing a little bit of a different wrench here at Avalanche.
I'm not
in
sure
the
if I would have
grand
done that. I'm not sure if I would have done that with how well he's been playing that, but that's their call.
2 players going down immediately for the Grillers as you
And
see
they're
Avalanche
gonna go straight
going
into this, and they do
quickly.
get kicked. They do manage to recover though, and jump.
And there
coming
is
in.
another Power Clam jumping in, but the Power Clam does get in to the side of Avalanche, so a big
That is
opening
a
push there for
40-point
Avalanche.
opening push by Avalanche, as Avalanche is in the lead this tournament.
A good opening minute so far for Avalanche as we see the Grillers now getting in position, popping their armor and Booyah Bomb and missiles, along with all of the clams they have. Now they're making their push, and they do get the
Grillers
basket
open the
and they have
scoring,
an opportunity
70,
to get lead.
68, and that is going to be the end of the... Not a bad push.
So we've seen some quick pushes coming out from both teams here in this decisive Game 7. Cookie getting a nice kill there as the map will stay in control of the Grillers even though they are currently losing. They do have enough clamp. They do actually have a power clamp. And then Sam, the person dropping Anchor to use K-Pro, does get a nice pick there. Is already with 4 KA. So far it's been working out for Sam. But now that Sam's the last player alive.
And that's going to force that power clam back, but not do much else, it seems, unless they're going to pick up that clam in the back? No. Alright. Bubbles coming in as the Avalanche get ready to move into West Broadway Griller's base.
3 minutes.
That happened with some wasted specials so far. Possibly a little bit antsy here on both sides. Avalanche ready to move.
Nerves going off for both teams at this point. As Avalanche is trying to find a way to get this push going, they do have all the tools they need. And they do get the score, but they don't have any clams to follow it up with, so they might just end up erasing half of their penalty points here and giving the Grillers a mercy clam to work with.
So they do end up erasing their penalty points, meaning their next score will take them to 50, no less.
But for the Grillers, all they need to do is
move back into mid.
2 clams to take the lead back. As we see Avalanche here trying to do the same. It's just a battle for mid. And with this map in particular, you gotta try your best to hold both the top and the bottom at the same time. Because the top is where all the action is, but the bottom is where all the clams are. And we see all the clams coming in right now.
Grillers in the lead at 32. That happened almost instantly. I didn't even see that coming. I thought they were in a bad position.
Well, that must have come from the bottom of the map there where we saw all the clams forming in. But yes, a huge lead here late into the game for the Grillers. And now all of a sudden Avalanche is on their heels. But with, but they don't have the players alive, but they do have all the clams they would need. And a couple of bubble specials ready to go if they need to use them. Oh, and Relax, finding a way, almost fell off the map there. If they can get the pick here on this Sam, they do, but doesn't stay alive.
Trade is better than a loss. In the base is Gem. Falling back out, not ready to push.
Yeah, the
1
Grillers,
minute, seconds.
Grillers keeping the pressure alive. The Avalanche can't get out of their base and score if they're constantly having to defend. The pressure here from the Grillers is real, but now it seems to have gone away. So now Avalanche is now in position. Well, they're not in position quite yet, but if they can get a pick here with this Inkjet, maybe 2, they might find a way. But the Inkjet won't get canceled.
1 minute left. The bubbles are out as they attempt to force their way up here. More bubbles out, in fact. And they do lose that shot. They're going to rush it. They're going to try to rush this.
They are, because they have 2 power clams right there. They threw them up ahead with the intention of somebody just sneaking through those bubbles to pick up. And someone almost did with the Inzap, but they got picked off. So now, I don't know. I don't think Avalanche has a power clam. They need to form one right now.
16 seconds.
They do have a power clam. They do. At the bottom of the map there. And you see the CDS going down, trying to deal with Amir on the foil squeezer. Amir, ever since switching to the foil squeezer, has been so huge. Can they make one more hero play here in overtime and give the tournament to Avalanche?
This is going to be really close. They're getting ready to move in. They are attempting to not have a choice to get 1 pick.
And they need to go right now. They don't have time to wait.
A pick on the power clam. What a booyah bomb! Coming in. And this is going to be it. West Broadway Grillers about to win, and they do! West Broadway Grillers have just won Low Ink July 2020!
What a set and what a finish. As you see the Grillers finally finding a way to win this tournament. They've been the bridesmaid for so long. And look at the KAs. Look at Cookie playing their best game in the Game 7. What a performance by Cookie. What a set by the West Broadway Grillers. And for Avalanche, what a set finals for both teams. But yes, the Grillers finally no longer the bridesmaid. They are finally the bride. They have won Low Ink in July. What a finish.
Oh my goodness, what an insane tournament today, and we are, not more matches, but we do have a few things to say, but before that, congratulations to the West Broadway Grillers on winning this month's Low Ink and achieving the prestigious title of being banned from Low Ink. for winning, to be clear. Also, amazing. That was absolutely amazing, Avalanche. You should be proud of your performance today. You played extremely well. Very happy to have had you here. Don't feel too bad about it. That'll happen sometimes. And to Radiance, our third place team in the Alpha bracket, congratulations to you as well. You played very well, and we hope to see you again in the future. Meanwhile, for our Beta and Gamma brackets, a quick update on those. Beta is currently in bracket reset. The score, the two teams playing are Luau and Squid Vibes. Luau has 2 wins, and Squid Vibes has 3. So Squid Vibes is 1 win away from winning Low Ink's Beta bracket. Meanwhile, in the Gamma bracket, looks like Evening Chickens wins 4-1 against Tropics. So congratulations to Evening Chickens on winning our Gamma bracket. Alright. And we do actually have one other thing, if you're ready for us, Inkfair.
I'm getting goosebumps. That was amazing. I'm gonna drag our friend K-Bot in.
Let me make sure he's ready. You do.
Awesome, K-Bot.
Or dragging it.
Hello. That was a fantastic set to watch.
That was things I've watched.
I was only able to tune in there at the very end, but I was able to catch that. I'm glad I was able to. Congratulations to West Broadway Girlers, and for that matter, Avalanche for making it that far. Making it to second place or anywhere in the tournament is something that you should be proud of, no matter what team you're on. So, well done to everyone that played. Do you just want me to keep going? Because I can keep talking. Like I have done like the whole talking thing before.
Please, we've done enough. We've done enough.
You've done enough talking. Okay,
Yeah.
so primary reason why I am here, folks, is because I have been asked to come on in and chill for Inkstorm a little bit. So Inkstorm 8 is taking place this coming weekend. That's August 1st and August 2nd. It's being hosted by Endgame TV, and I am one of the primary tournament organizers for that event. We're offering a primary first stage into a bracket stage, very similar to how Low Ink is set up at the end of the day. It'll be top 32 that advance to double elimination on day 2, and we will also be featuring some lower brackets for the rest of those teams that don't make it to top 32 to go ahead and make and enter. So we'd love to have you all come out and participate for that event. There are 2 different waves of action you can sign up for. So one of those waves starts at 8 o'clock a.m. Pacific time. The other one of those waves starts at 2 p.m. Pacific time, and they generally are slated to run for approximately 5 hours on both of those days. So hopefully one of those time slots works for you if you are one of these teams. We would love to have you all participate in the group stage, try to pick up as many wins as you can, and it'll also give you an opportunity to test your skills against some of the community's best teams. So we'd definitely love to have you all come out for that. You can find more information on smash.gg/Inkstorm8. You can also find more information at endgame_TV on Twitter. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us. The Discord server is discord.io/Inkstorm. Again, congratulations to the winners today. Fantastic stuff to watch from all of you, and I hope to see many of you next weekend.
All right. If that is all from K-Bot, then we will roll the credits. And after the credits, if you wish to keep watching, we have a promo for Inkstorm coming. Thank you very much for coming.
One thing before that, I want to. I'm not sure if I'm coming through. There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
you're
you
coming
are.
through.
Hello.
I'm glad I noticed. So, if you played in Low Ink today, or even if you've just played Tournament Battlefy in general, we have 2 feedback forms going out into the Low Ink server shortly after the stream. So, if you played in Low Ink this month or last month, spread it around to those you know who are playing and are not watching this, not in the server, anything like that. We would really appreciate your feedback. Go ahead and fill that out. and give us some data to work with. We're looking into, obviously, as always, improving our tournament. There's also going to be a survey about how you feel about Battlefy in general. We'd love if you have ever used Battlefy for Splatoon at all, if you could fill that out for us. So yeah. And with that, that's all I have to say. It was a great tournament. Congratulations again. Inky, roll the credits.
Actually, we're rolling the promo first. I was told to do it.
Okay, fine. Roll the promo and then roll the credits.
Okay, bye.
They have to go. They have to go. I don't see it. You have to go. You don't have time right now. That's going to be a Kraken activate at their base, and they need to be able to just do whatever they can to get there. But I don't think that's going to happen. And that's going to be the championship point for Memories, as they have won Inkstorm 3 once again for the third time in a row. Congratulations to them.
For Kraken Paradise, an FT win will complete the 4-0 sweep and the perfect tournament, not losing a single game to anyone.
The biggest tournament, the best competition. If this is not a first in Splatoon history, I want to know what other tournament that happened at. I do not believe it.